Texas is a grand and special place, from the Rio Grande to the Red River.
You can feel its magic, and when you leave, you carry that feeling with you.
I'll tell you what makes this place special. The wide open spaces, the cold, fresh water of the springs and the rivers.
This landscape is one of the most diverse on Earth. The wildlife, the plant life, rivers, canyons, beaches, pine forests, and deserts, all of it amazing.
And Texans themselves are just as impressive.
Texans are big and bold, and we're very proud of our home state.
Every day, many of them are boots on the ground, hands in the dirt, working to make Texas better in all aspects.
When you look out and see this kind of beauty, and you think about the importance of caring for this landscape, I think it can be challenging to also think about economic prosperity. But the thing is, we can pursue both.
This is not a case of either or. This is a case of balancing the needs of people, industry, and Mother Nature.
The population in Texas is expected to go from 30 million to 50 million by 2050. The decisions we make now are going to be very important to the future of our state.
Texas has one of the world's largest economies that includes oil and gas, tech, manufacturing, agriculture, and transportation. Growth is good, but it also means stress on natural resources like water. And it increases the demand for energy development.
The big question is, how do we take care of our natural resources, our beautiful landscapes, and also provide opportunities for prosperity, all at the same time?
That's an idea that was once pretty foreign. We were led to believe that conservation and industry were on two opposing sides, mutually exclusive from one another.
That's the old model, and it doesn't work. You've got to have a new path forward.
There is a balance that can be achieved that can work for everybody.
Texans understand what's at stake. They're ready to take action.
But the glue has got to be there. You need a team that can bring all sides together, get them speaking the same language, and then lead them.
Since 2011, that team has been Texan by nature. They are the catalyst that we've been waiting for.
Their expertise, their leadership, and their extensive network of partners, NGOs, landowners, corporations. Texan by Nature is bringing industry, conservation, and communities together in ways that have never been done before.
Texan by Nature brings us more than just an idea or a goal. They're helping shape the way we think at HEB.
These folks that are boots on the ground and hands in the dirt, Texan by Nature has been giving them the boost that they need to scale, to do more of what they're doing so that they can have a greater impact.
If we go it alone, separately, in silos without collaboration, this will only limit what we can accomplish. Texan by Nature is that trusted broker that's bringing all of us together.
They're an organization that not only understands the conservation side, they're an effective, strategic partner for business. And we're talking about more than just best practices. Texan by Nature brought us a framework, a how-to to help us achieve success.
They've done more than just bring conservation and industry together. They've accomplished something even bigger.
What started as a simple mission is now an entirely new model for conservation. A model that not only could be replicated across the country, but around the world.
Bringing conservation and industry together is no longer a new idea. It's a reality. It's working right now, and it is the new path forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Laura Bush.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks. Good morning and welcome to the Bush Center for the 8th
annual Texan by Nature Conservation Summit. I'm happy to see so many familiar faces, and I'm excited that we have many first-time attendees this year as well. For everyone tuning in virtually, we're glad you've joined us as well. As you walked in, you saw our newly acquired painting by James Searles. Did you see it out there? I'd like to thank our generous sponsors and members here for your partnership to help Texan by Nature reach our goal, and that is to have many Texans participate in our conservation and conversation. The James Searles was that wooden piece of art. Did you see it above when you walked in that just came from James Searles? Thank you to our Sustainability Fund leaders, the Stillwater Foundation, Ray and Becky Engel, John Now, HEB, the Friedkin Group, Karen Hickson, Cullen Geiselman, Cynthia Pickett Stevenson, the Kinder Foundation, and Enbridge. Our heartfelt thanks go to the Lyda Hill Philanthropies and the Trace Grace Foundation for their continued support of our partner work, and to HEB and Enbridge for supporting our Conservation Wrangler and Summit initiatives. We have EOG Resources, Phillips 66, my dear friend Dee Dee Rose, and Howard Energy Partners supporting this summit, as well as our Conservation Wrangler program. And finally, I'd like to thank the many silver and bronze sponsors we have today. I'm proud that Texan by Nature is supported by such a diverse and committed population from across the state. And as you see these leaders throughout the day, please join me in thanking them for making our work possible. I'd like to recognize all the Texan by Nature board members who are here, and I'd like you all to stand when I call your name. Joe Crafton, Tina Buford, Robert Horton, Elaine Magruder. Is Elaine here? Yeah, hey Elaine. Jay Purvis, Jamie Shy, David Smith, Tamara Trail, and Neil Wilkins. Thank you all very, very much. All of this, of course, wouldn't be possible without the leadership of Joni Carswell. Texan by Nature is what it is today because of her vision and her desire to bring conservation into the hands of every Texan. I admire Joni's work. She makes Texas a better and more beautiful place to call home. So thank you, Joni. Thank you very much for all that you do. We have a great day planned. Throughout the summit, you'll have the opportunity to learn about our 5 Conservation Wranglers, including Texas Master Naturalist. At lunch, Texas Master Naturalists will release monarch butterflies, and they'll highlight the native plants that habitat that make up to our beautiful 15-acre native Texas park that surrounds the Texas George W. Bush Presidential Center. Our other Conservation Wranglers include International Crane Foundation, Hart Research Institute's Sink Your Shucks program. Have y'all heard about that one? Rolling Plains Quail Research Ranch, and Wildcat Bluff Nature Center. Be sure to visit the information tables to hear about the great work they're all doing in our state. Today we're going to talk about the alignment of local conservation efforts with global operations, and we're going to hear from leaders who are bringing conservation and business together. In Texas, we believe that conservation is not just the right thing to do, it's a smart business. From the vast deserts and sweeping prairies to the lush national forest and the dynamic Gulf Coast, our state is rich in natural beauty. Whether it's the star-filled skies over Midland or the rushing waters of the Rio Grande, Texas offers endless opportunities to protect and preserve what makes our land unique. Everyone here has a role to play in conserving the natural resources that fuel our economy and define our way of life. When I started Texan by Nature, I was inspired by the example of my mother and grandmother, who taught me to notice and appreciate the luxury, the beauty in the world around me. They showed me that caring for nature isn't just a pastime, it's a responsibility. My mother was our Girl Scout leader when we got our bird badge, and she became a very serious bird watcher, which was slightly irritating when I was a teenager. But when the banned DDT signs started going up on telephone poles in Midland, I knew it was my mother that was out there putting them up. But standing here today and looking around this room, I have to say I'm inspired by all of you. Each of you, through your leadership and advocacy, is proving that conservation has a powerful place in our homes, our businesses, and our future. Together, we have the opportunity to lead, to be an example for organizations, our communities, our kids, and our grandkids. Conservation isn't something we should do on the side. It's something we should do because we care about the future of Texas. So thank you all for your commitment, and thank you for all you do to make Texas a better place to live, work, and raise a family. And now I'm happy to introduce our leader of the pack, Texan by Nature CEO, Joni Carswell.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Mrs. Bush. Thank you so much for continuing to lend your time, your inspiration, your thoughts this morning. Thank you. So for those who I don't know, which will hopefully be no one by the end of the day, I'm Joni Carswell. I'm the CEO at Texan by Nature, and I am thrilled to build on Mrs. Bush's welcome to our 8th annual summit. Thank you again to the Texan by Nature board. We wouldn't be here without you. Very, very much appreciative of you. Thank you to our sponsors and our members for making today possible. And thank you to the Texan by Nature team, Taylor, Karina, Aaron, Ashley, Urvi, Caitlin, Kinsey, Jake, Abby, Tiara, Kat, Lauren, Amy, Taylor, Faith, who couldn't be with us today, Casey, Sophia, and Maria. Thank you guys for all of the work to make not only today happen, but each and every day of impact. Thank you guys. And finally, thank you to our advisory council members. We have a few of you in the audience today: Ed Ferguson, Anaí Villarreal, Preston Smith, and Ben Masters. Very much appreciate you as well. It is truly a privilege to call out these names and to call out the companies as Mrs. Bush did earlier. It's a privilege to work with you guys each day to advance conservation and to have a common mission of making greater impact each and every year. So each year when we come together, really daily, because we get a chance to talk to you guys almost every single day, I'm inspired by the work that's done by the folks who are continually pushing the envelope. I'm delighted to see new partnerships and things that you learn here, that you're taking it away, putting your own spin on it, and continually growing to achieve more. We're advancing conservation in ways here in this room that's shaping the future for the globe. Many of you represent global entities where the things that you're proving out in our 11 ecoregions in Texas are things that you're taking elsewhere as well. So excited by that impact that we're having. This is a truly unique gathering of leaders. We continue to hear it's really the only place where you have so much conservation and industry in one place to talk about how to work together. So as such, I invite you to turn off your devices or at least put them on silence so that you can really engage today. So it's interesting because each year, like, gosh, how do I start the day this year? Like, we really want the same thing. We want to advance conservation. How do you say that differently? You really don't. Like, we want to advance conservation and we want to work together. But the summit is always a forcing point for thinking about the future and how much has changed in the last 12 months and what we want the next 12 months to look like. And lucky or maybe unlucky if you ask the Texan by Nature staff, it also coincides with our annual strategic planning process. So a lot going on in September, October. But I've shared before, our process is all about asking a lot of questions, continually going back and asking why and what if. So we did that for the summit planning. We do that for our strategic planning. And this year we have changed the format a little bit because we want to drive deeper into actions that we can take home. But in that process of asking the whys and the what ifs, it's, why are we gathered here today? I've asked this group that before. Why are we each uniquely here? And if you think about that, really starting to engage and listen for the answers for why you are here today. Why is this the right group to even be talking about the future of conservation? And then something that we ask ourselves, what if we got our services so right and our actions and our planning so right that we just weren't even needed anymore because we had achieved full mission success? Like, that's the North Star, right? It's a getting out there and pushing and getting it right. And so often when I open or I close the day, I'll share a quote from a leader that we all know, something inspirational about the future. And today I actually want to go in a different direction. I want to share quotes from the Texan by Nature team. As I mentioned, we decided to change the format a bit, and of course, we asked a lot of questions. And so I want to share two today. The first one was, if summit attendees left and did something based on today's summit, what would it be? And so a few of my favorite answers: they would launch a new partnership or initiative based on the information they learned and the people they met. They would talk to their peers and encourage them to think about conservation in a new way, whether that is exposing them to new on-the-ground examples, or new methods for capturing or measuring impact, or a new way of storytelling. They would make a public pledge or declaration around conservation. They would make a commitment that they or their organization will do, and a challenge or an invitation for others to join them and others to follow suit. So pretty big goals for what we want this day to be, right? That's coming directly from the team planning it and living it. And the next question that I wanted to share was, what do you want attendees to learn and to think about while they're at the summit? And the answers around that one were how they can connect and collaborate on common challenges to embrace discussing limitations, and how organizations or companies can find solutions quicker if they work together. That Texas is full of diverse opportunities. There's no single way to meet conservation challenges, and someone in their backyard is probably ready to help and has the information to do so. That their role in the conservation ecosystem and how they can be a team player is bigger than they even imagine right now. To realize that they are made for this moment. Texas conservation is driven by individuals just like the folks in this room, and there's a gap they can fill exactly where they are in their own local communities, or even just hanging out with friends. They can help fuel conversations and drive positive impact. And then finally, I want them to feel like pioneers of a world-changing movement. To feel that the conversations they have, the connections they make, what they say about their time at the summit, and the actions they commit to taking when they return to work can catalyze big change. So pioneers in a world-changing movement. As you can see, there are big plans for you and a big belief in you as leaders to carry the torch for the future of conservation. We are here to advance conservation. We're here to push the envelope. We're here to ask why. We're here to ask what if. We're here to create this future of thriving, this future of natural resources, economy, and human health that are working in concert. So I invite you to dig deep into the learnings, into the connections, go meet new people, sit at new tables, learn about the projects. The Conservation Wranglers all have tables where you can learn more about their initiatives. really dig deep into the opportunities today. And again, thank you so much for being here this morning.
I was raised on this ranch. We've hunted and we fished. I've watched a few coveys of quail coming in. This morning just to watch the sunrise. Nice breeze, nothing better. When the whooping cranes are here, you just could see white all over the ranch. Everywhere you looked was a bird.
They're just so big and so graceful the way they fly. They're just amazing. And when you have one of the rarest birds on the continent that comes and visits you every winter, that's pretty darn cool.
Whooping cranes live in wetlands and grassland habitats, but we've lost a lot of our natural wetlands. To secure this population long term, we need more birds than we have today. And that means working with landowners, both on the protected lands, but also on private side as well.
The last 20 years, this land wasn't like this. To restore the habitat that we have today took a lot of hard work. It took a partnership of a lot of great people to make it happen. When you see all the birds over here, it's just monumental. It's just monumental.
The Texas coast is the winter home of the last wild, self-sustaining whooping crane population in the world. So the biggest threat for this population is habitat loss. We see a lot of habitat loss through industrial or urban development. And then how we use our water and where the water is going is also a threat.
There are hundreds of species of birds that funnel down through South Texas. This is the only place that they winter, in a very narrow part of coastal Texas. So for that reason, it's critical.
The International Crane Foundation is working in collaboration with landowners and partners to protect and provide whooping crane habitat, as well as to address threats. So we enroll properties in conservation easements. We also work with landowners to do habitat work.
Back in the day, it was all about grazing. And as time has changed, so has our practices.
So a lot of the work we've done on private properties, including with John Welder, is our cost share program, where we're installing solar wells, and the solar wells are providing supplemental water in a landscape where we don't have nearly as much as we used to.
For this particular location, we're going into a water trough here. That will help the deer. Then we'll come through the overflow here, which will go into the ponds, which will be for the fowl.
It's not just to preserve the species, but to find a way for cranes and their habitats to coexist with humanity, and maybe even that we improve each other. Private landowners like John Welder have tons of whooping cranes and habitat on their property. It shows people that there's value in conservation, and that, you know, that we're willing to put in the work and the sweat to see it happen.
This is one of the most important places in the world for a lot of different groups. People from all over the world come to the Texas coast to see these birds, to take an eco tour. They're bringing a lot of money into local economies.
I've been volunteering with ICF for about 7 years now. Anytime somebody's new to the neighborhood or somebody comes to visit us in the winter, number one on the list of things we're going to do is go look at the cranes. And so our contribution to the Crane Foundation is several $100,000 just in people time.
Our volunteers are really a critical part of our work. Library programs at schools, and then we'll go to festivals. We're a small team down here with only 4 people in our Texas office, and we can do so much more. We can have a much larger impact when we have those volunteers too.
8 years ago, when we first moved to Lamar, we would see no more than 3 cranes at any moment in time. Last year, there were as many as 43 cranes in that field at one time.
We got down to 16 birds in the winter of 1941 and 42, and through many, many decades of international conservation efforts, the species has been slowly coming back from the brink of extinction. There's over 550 today. We have come a long way, but in a lot of ways it's easy to get complacent if you're looking backwards. In this environment, the work never stops. The habitat management is ongoing. We have a lot of story left to be written and a lot of work left to be done.
Everybody's done a real good job to try to save the marsh that we have. My kids, my grandchildren will be able to come out here and enjoy it. And that's what it's about.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Thank you, Mrs. Bush, for setting the tone today, getting our mindsets right for the conversations that are going to follow. Joni, again, also thank you to you. My name is Robert Horton. I serve as the Vice President of Environmental Affairs and Sustainability at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I also have the honor of serving on Texan by Nature's Board of Directors as Secretary. And I have to say this, since joining Texan by Nature's board, I've never met a group of more passionate individuals who've taught me so much about conservation. I started off thinking I knew a decent amount, but I've learned so much more from that board of directors, so thank you for your support. I also am excited to get this conversation started with these esteemed panelists with me. Before I get to them, I'd like to share a little bit of a contrast so that you can compare the best of what these organizations are doing in terms of sustainability and conservation goals, how we set those goals, and then how we make progress towards that. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the team from DFW who's seated in front here, who are the inspiration behind all of the work that we do at Dallas-Fort Worth. So again, when you talk about setting and executing goals, whether it be conservation or sustainability, whatever term you're using, we at DFW see that as central or core to our decision-making process. It's embedded into the way that we make decisions, from the way that we plan, design, build, operate, maintain. A lot of the inspiration started with an ambition, a vision, a strategy, and then making progress, measuring your progress and how we execute. And so just to give a little bit of context on DFW, we serve over 80 million passengers annually. Last year we celebrated 50 years as an airport, and believe it or not, we're the second youngest airport in the United States. We're a city within a city. We have 23% of our campus is still forested, which is very unusual for airports. But that brings a lot of significant responsibility in the way that we operate and how to do it effectively. That's why our decision-making incorporates the elements that we'll discuss today in this panel. So back in 2010, we set a science-based target of reducing our footprint. It was motivated by compliance regulations and air quality. As we know, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex is non-attainment for ozone. And so we put those targets in place, but we also had bigger ambitions, knowing that the decisions we make today will have implications decades into the future. Along with that goal, we set a target that had actionable steps along the way. In 2016, we became the first carbon neutral airport in North America, right here in Texas, right? And that's taking advantage of the world of opportunities that exist right here within our state. Since then, since 2010, we've reduced our footprint by almost 80%. We couldn't stop there. We had an even more ambitious goal on net zero carbon by 2030. And there are 3 steps that will help us to achieve that goal, and we're still on target for that, believe it or not. We're transitioning our fleets to alternative fuels, including hybrids. We just opened a new electric central utility plant that will give us the ability to grow provide heating and cooling for our new terminal, Terminal F, which you've seen in the news. The first phase of that opens in 27, and the second phase in 29. We're also converting our refrigerants to the 513A, and also looking at reducing losses throughout the systems. So again, as we integrate these thoughts or ideas into our decision-making process, it's not just philanthropic for us. It's about integrating it into every facet of, as I mentioned earlier, the planning cycle, the design, the construction, the operation and maintenance. It's smart business, right? Because we've insulated ourselves by making the pillars on which we make decisions very easy to recognize and align with, from economics to operational efficiency to natural resource impact to community impacts. Just to cover a couple of the things that initiatives along the way that are on our roadmap, we have a zero waste by 2040 commitment that requires 90% diversion of waste to landfill. We're in the early stages of that, and we have a long way to go, but some of the progress we've made, we have a food composting operation that in this last year collected over 1 million pounds of food waste from the concessionaires throughout the airport. We also have, for the past several years, diverted more than 90% of construction waste, and that goes back into the construction process. Again, we see the airport as an asset for the community we serve, and we support their growth by growing in a responsible manner. So some of the lessons that we've learned, and I hope to learn from my colleagues here shortly, are you need to build business cases early, right? You need to build your goals inside of your financial targets and make it open or available to scrutiny on the ROIs. You also have to define metrics in a clear and concise manner for all of the stakeholders who you engage with. And then you have to collaborate. I can't emphasize how much collaboration has helped us to get to where we are and is the only way we'll achieve those long-term goals. So again, I'm excited to learn from my colleagues here. And joining us, we have Audrey Templeton. She's the Enterprise Risk Manager at Molson Coors Beverage Company. And Urvi Dani, she's a Senior Partnership Manager and Texas Water Action Collaborative Facilitator at Texan by Nature. So first, I'll hand it over to you, Audrey.
Great, thank you. And I'm planning on giving a little overview, and there the slide magically popped up for you. Let's see. Okay, I was told to be patient. It's all good. So, thank you. Wonderful to be here today, and I just want to tell you a little bit about Molson Coors. The little map up there, those are all of our brewing locations and corporate locations around the world. So 2 corporate offices, one in Chicago and one in the UK. And then the yellow dots, you can see the one right there in Texas, too. Go to the next slide here. So we are not the biggest brewer out there, 4th largest brewer, global brewer. We have 19 breweries around the world, and the Fort Worth Brewery is one of our most important breweries. Lots of employees, lots of brands that maybe you've heard of, the Miller products, the Coors products, some of our international products. And, you know, really our mantra is really just kind of bringing people together over a beer. And I love, for me, like bringing people together over a beer to talk about water is just magical too. So as I mentioned, our brewery in Texas is celebrating 50 years this year of brewing one of our most popular brands, Miller Lite. I know you have probably many others, happens to be one of my personal favorites. Some exciting things about our Fort Worth brewery, very much in line with what you were talking about the airport, although on a much smaller scale. We do have 100% renewable electricity used at the brewery. We have a contract with a large wind farm nearby, and so it's in the same grid, in the same hub. Also, our facility does use some biogas that we generate right on site from a anaerobic wastewater treatment facility, and then we use that in our boiler to help make the steam to make our products. And it accounts for about 10% of the natural gas usage on site. And then another thing that the employees have worked really hard at over the years is to have a landfill-free facility. So the waste from the brewery does not fill up landfills around this area. We have a very robust recycling program and different types of schemes for taking back materials and the like. So all of that does take effort and work and engagement from our employees. So again, I'm focusing primarily here on water. It's a huge passion of mine. If you contrast that first map that had the pretty yellow dots and a lot of blue, when we look at Molson Coors, and this is those darker dots, maybe a little harder to see, are where our breweries are in North America. And you can see a couple of them that are in areas that are red, so areas that have extremely high water risk. And strangely enough, some of those dots that are in red are even sitting right on a Great Lake. So what's going on there? Those are areas that you can't always assume that just because there's a lot of water there, that there isn't water risk too. So one of the things that we definitely want to make sure we understand is what are the risks related to water around all of our manufacturing locations. For sure, we do focus very heavily on increasing the water efficiency at our breweries. For the Fort Worth brewery, they have it right in their this is their their logo, what they think about every day. They don't want to have any safety or quality incidents, but right up top there, they want to achieve a 2.4 hectoliter per hectoliter water ratio. And what that means is for every 2.4, or for every barrel of beer that we make, think of a keg, it's gonna take 2.4 kegs of water to make that beer, because some of it's lost in evaporation. We do a lot of cleaning and sanitizing, so you think, why do you need so much extra water? But it's actually will be one of the lowest water ratios that we have globally, and we believe we need to continue to invest in our brewery to make sure that we're as streamlined as possible. But we also want to make sure we're partnering with other stakeholders, and I think that's kind of where this whole group is, our lovely nexus here, and especially in areas where there's high water risk or we're prone to drought. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that shortly. And then a third area that we actually spend a lot of time with is we have a group of agronomists, and we work directly with our barley farmers to encourage adoption of practices that help them reduce their water usage too. But it's really not so much about reducing the usage, but building resiliency, because a lot of our barley is grown, just like you see those red areas right around the brewery, those are also areas that are prone to stress and drought. So Fort Worth, it's in the Trinity River Basin. We know how important this basin is to Texas, the state of Texas. And when we began to dig into what was going on with the water supply at the brewery, we realized that our water supply comes from quite distant lakes that are quite distant from the brewery. It's not like just the river or the pipe coming in, but and we also noticed that when the water supply changes from maybe one lake to a different lake, the quality of the water changes a bit, and maybe you have to do a little bit more treatment of that incoming water. And so we began to learn more about, not only water availability, but some of the other challenges in the watershed, and recognize that some of these lakes have the streams that feed those lakes have challenges, and the water that's going into those streams is running across lands that are privately held, so owned by many different ranchers or entities. So it's really important to understand, the whole water cycle, what's happening. And we began to partner with a number of stakeholders. We started in about 2012, and the initial partnership was around a tagline, water as a crop. And this isn't about growing crops that use less water. It's about how can you grow water on your land. This is definitely a benefit for ranchers. Their cattle are grazing, and what are the cattle eating? It's really important that the cattle are eating healthy grasses that are native and drought resistant, are much more resilient. The cattle become more resilient. There's less runoff. When it rains, it pours, right? Oftentimes. And I had the benefit in 2012 of going to one of the ranches, and you could see there had been a huge rain, and part of this rancher's land was forever lost because the gully had washed out. And where is that going? It's going right into the waterway, which is going right into the lake, the reservoir, which we are trying to use to hold the water supply, right? So are there things you can do to discourage runoff, which cause siltation, turbidity, all types of potential other problems in the reservoir? So what we've done since 2012 is, we started with kind of a smaller group, the Water as a Crop project, but we moved to a larger partnership in conjunction with the National Resource Conservation Service. And our funds, Molson Coors provides funds to help ranchers voluntarily adopt practices on their land. And there's a very specific methodology that is used to determine for the practices that are implemented how much water is saved. Or in our term, we call it water restored. And we did set a goal as a company to restore 3.6 billion gallons of water in our water-stressed watersheds. So those included California at that time, as well as Colorado and Texas. And I'm happy to say that since 2012, we've restored over 2 billion gallons to the Richland Chambers watershed through these initiatives and our partnerships. And we do use a third party to quantify these benefits. But beyond that water restoration goal is some of the other things that just watching the crane video really brings to light. When you do good things to your land, so many other areas benefit. And so, for instance, there used to be not so many quail that would be in that area, and now a lot of quail use this as a habitat too. That wasn't an intention, but it's a kind of a side benefit, as well as just to mention that when you go and look at that same area where the creek's running through, all the sides have vegetation. There isn't a lot of soil that's being lost. The rancher's land is intact. And then again, the side benefits of the ranchers having to feed their cattle less, maybe use less in terms of nutrients. Their input costs are lower. One rancher I met with, he doesn't feed his cattle anything other than what is grown on the land. And it's really an amazing story. So how did we get from 2012 to 2025? I kind of reflected on what we've done at Molson Coors, And it is, as you mentioned, so important to connect the risk or the opportunity to the company strategy. And you know, one of our strategic pillars at Molson Coors is to improve the communities in which we have our operations. And so this is definitely in line with that. But if we think long term, we would like to continue brewing our beer in Fort Worth for at least another 50 plus years, right? Let's be long-sighted here. And how are we all going to make sure that that can happen? It's really important to have a cross-functional team. We're looking at taking our projects related to water risk management across the globe, and you need to have buy-in from maybe from quality, from lots of other, I'm hearing the bell, okay. Anyway, the cross-functional team is really important. So I think we'll get into some more of these as we go, and I'm going to pass this on to Irvi. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here this morning and talk with you all. I'm going to start with the why, and hopefully this will pick up a lot on what Audrey and Robert have already said. But at Texan by nature, we believe that the work we do is really important and really delivers economic impact every day. We believe that our economic prosperity and our overall health and well-being is inextricably linked to our natural resources like land, water, wildlife, etc. And so everything that we do is rooted in those beliefs. And so I wanted to give you a quick flyby of Texas. And you heard some of this in Mrs. Bush's comments, but there's just a huge, incredible diversity to Texas. So you would see 10 ecoregions if you were to fly over Texas, and that is spanning millions of acres, 95% of which is privately owned, and 84% of which are private lands, meaning farms, ranches, forests that are producing food, fiber, and timber, and also delivering ecosystem benefits like water, carbon sequestration, wildlife habitat. So if you couple all of that with the fact that Texas is home to the 8th largest economy and 1/10 of the United States population, it's not a stretch of the imagination to say that our future literally depends on how we sustain these natural resources. So I think we all recognize the importance of collaboration and partnerships. We've said it many times, and we know that's obvious. And as you saw in the video, Texan by Nature's role is to bring these stakeholders together and really do it in new and innovative ways and fill all of those gaps, because it's simple to say, but not always easy to do. And so we work with conservation nonprofits, with industry, and with communities to bring folks together, literally in this room today and beyond this room every single day. And so that's our role at Texan by Nature. And if I haven't already met you, I hope I do, because a lot of the work that we do is about making the relationships and the connections that we can make today and beyond. So I wanted to give just one example of how we do this. And so this is our Texas Water Action Collaborative. Many of you are involved in it in some way. This is an initiative that started off in 2021 as a pilot in just one river basin in Texas, the Trinity River Basin. And it was with a group of companies that were really leading the charge and looking for ways to invest in conservation that aligned with their water replenishment goals. Molson Coors was one of those companies, and several others are here today. And since then, it's grown into a statewide project matching collaborative that has facilitated over $6 million in funding for conservation projects, and a space for networking and dialogue continuously, so that we can keep this dialogue going beyond one day a year and continue to have it all year long. So TxWAC is a really a great way and a great model to show that this can be done, and it can be done in a very practical, structured, but also very flexible way. So we work essentially as a matchmaker, and it's a dating service, if you will, for conservation and business. So if you're like looking for a match, come and talk to us and we'll get you plugged in, whether you're a funder looking for projects or a conservation organization, looking to get funding. And I'll just wrap up with this, and I think we're going to go into a lot of these during the discussion, so I won't go through it in detail right now. But ultimately, just wanted to highlight that the needs on the conservation and the business side are really not that different. The goals are not that different. A lot of times what we see is just different language being used, and trying to ask questions and have a space where everyone can kind of meet in the middle, and deliver the level of rigor that's required to credibly make an impact. And so a lot of these are the themes and the trends that we're seeing in that space, and what it takes to make these collaborations successful. Because again, it's easy to say, let's all collaborate, but then you have to really dig about 10 layers deeper than that to really make it work. And with that, I'll turn it back.
Thank you.
Robert.
Well, what a great start, right? Audrey, learned a lot from you. Even though our industries are so very different, it was interesting to hear a lot of similar themes in the way that you shared, from looking at the risks and the opportunities, the way that you view your operation as a system, not only looking at the business but the impacts. And then Urvi, is also interesting to hear about, or to see how Texan by Nature has done such a fantastic job of setting foundations, right, and educating us about what exists within the state. So hope to unpack some more of that as we talk. So first, Audrey, why do you consider conservation a strategic investment for Molson Coors, and how does this align with your operational goals?
Yep. So I would say, as a company that is, I think our beverage company, our beer business, is a very agrarian-based business. We rely on inputs that come from the earth to make our products. So the barley, the hops, the water, certainly all of those things could be impacted by changes to the environment. So it is pretty strategic to make sure that we're looking beyond just kind of this year or the next year. You have to be looking a little bit further out to see what are the challenges and risks, and making sure that we can continue in the future. I would say some of the operational goals have flowed from those strategic goals. So, for instance, the water, I mentioned the water efficiency goal. We know we need to do things inside our four walls. You can't just, be doing everything outside of the four walls, and focusing on the areas where we have the highest risk kind of flows from those strategic goals too.
Sorry, I have to go off script a bit because I'm really intrigued to understand, how did you get buy-in from the internal stakeholders? How did you get them to care?
I think it's kind of core to some of our founders. Part of making beer is having a plentiful supply of fresh water, and preferably, a lot of times the water, the characteristics of the water actually make the beer, so they're really important. So I think certainly our, we're Molson Coors, the Molson Coors family, the Coors family, we're still very family-oriented business. They understand water is without Without water, there is no beer. Sad to say. That one's easy. A little harder sell maybe on the side when you talk about zero waste to landfill and climate. So, you know, we do also have goals to be carbon neutral. But there are a lot of pressures around all of these different areas. In the area of packaging, you know, we're seeing a lot around extended producer responsibility and also, you know, climate risk itself. So it's, you know, it can be a challenging, it's a lot more, a longer conversation than like, oh, if you do this, you'll sell more beer, right?
So Urvi, how about you? What are you hearing from TxWAC business members? Why is conservation an operational investment?
You know, it's been interesting to see this space just evolve so much over the last several years, and every industry kind of coming at it a little differently. But in general, I think it's just, we've recognized that every company we're talking to has similar stakeholders, and the expectations of those stakeholders don't generally go down, they only go up in terms of the level of rigor and commitment that's needed and the aggressiveness or ambitiousness of the targets that are being set. So whether those stakeholders are shareholders or communities where consumers are located or where operations are located, and even a company's own employees or potential employees. All of those people care not only about the products and services that are being delivered, but how they're being delivered. And increasingly, it's not just a nice to have, but it's an expectation from all these stakeholders that there's an environmental and social responsibility baked into every aspect of the supply chain that brings the food to the table, or the electricity to the house, or the water to the faucet, whatnot. And so I think what we're seeing from companies is they're just continuing to lead and pushing the envelope, as Joni was saying. And really, we're very pleasantly, I won't say surprised necessarily, but the type of leadership that we're seeing in the industry space is incredible. And they're just, every year the bar is being raised even higher. You have set some of these bars very high yourselves at the companies that you represent. And that drives the rest of the industry forward as well. So we're seeing a lot of companies that want to work together and collaborate, but they're also looking around at what others are doing and learning from that and wanting to meet that same standard as well.
Yeah, I think when I think of our journey, we set ambitious goals not just to be put on a pedestal, but because we truly believe that there are serious issues that need serious considerations. And so you have to set meaningful targets to address those consequences. As a follow-up, you mentioned the work with TxWAC. What excites you the most of what you've learned from dealing with the various members?
With TxWAC, gosh,
or just across the landscape of stakeholders?
I think it's, you know, just speaking to both the conservation and the business side, maybe a little bit separately, but on the conservation side, it's just constantly inspiring to see the incredible work that's taking place. Our conservation partners are doing work that nobody else would be doing if they were not doing it. And they're doing it because it's just the right thing to do.
Right.
And that is just like every day I can have a conversation with any of our partners is a great day for me. So it's a dream job in that way. And all I can hope is that we can do our part to support and uplift that. On the business side, it's equally incredible to see, again, the commitment to the types of goals and the types of targets that are being set, and just the respect for what the conservation NGOs are doing once that awareness is there on both sides. Because a lot of conversations we're having is, we had no idea that these organizations existed and were doing what they do in our backyard from where we operate every day. So there's, and once they are aware of it and are curious and learn and understand that, they're hugely appreciative and respectful of it. And then it's very quickly moves to, how can we support that?
Right.
So it's a very, very positive collaborative space to be working in. It is not in any way an us and them. It is very, very much, all the conversations that we're having through TxWAC and outside of TxWAC is very much about how do we move forward together, because we each bring something to the table that we, humankind, need. So let's figure out how to work together. And it's just lots and lots of connecting dots all the time, which is great, fascinating.
Yeah. Well, that leads to the next question, which I'll ask of both of you, starting with you, Audrey. What are the biggest barriers to integrating conservation opportunities into a sustainability strategy and making conservation more of an operational value versus philanthropic? And how have you overcome these barriers? Because I think a lot of the folk here can learn from your experiences as well.
For one of the things that I would say is, I feel like it's just complicated. Like it's kind of hard to explain to somebody why it's so important that, we're in Fort Worth, but, we have a project that we're supporting, and I think it's a couple-hour drive down to Navarro, Ellis County it's a long drive. Texas is a big state. So, and how does that work create more benefit than potentially investing the same money inside your own four walls? We had this conversation just yesterday. We were refreshing our watershed risk assessment. And I'm like, if you look at the numbers, it is really important that you have data. So, when I looked at 2 billion gallons of water, sure, we could invest in water efficiency in our brewery, but it would take a lot of efficiency to get to 2 billion. The goal initially was to basically offset our entire production. So, if we produce, we've probably produced 2 billion gallons of beer in that same time frame. So you're sort of, and I don't gonna say we're neutral, but it's kind of like, how can you sort of neutralize your impact? And that would be very difficult by hiring a consultant to come in and maybe tweak this and that, and then it could end up not sustaining, so it's a little more complicated discussion, but you have to be able to tell the story. Right. and have the data, or at least the plan for the data. The other thing that I think is helpful is to have a goal that isn't something that we're gonna do this year, but it's, we're looking at multiple years. So that gives the opportunity to have, well, maybe you did have kind of a bad year, it didn't rain that much or whatever. It gives you a little bit of a cushion to end up achieving that big dream that you have.
Right. So. And Audrey, you hit on a note when you spoke about storytelling. I have to say, a plug for Texan by Nature. We've learned so much about how to tell your story the right way and in an impactful way from the folk at Texan by Nature. So thank you, Joni and team. Orby, how about you? The question was on the biggest barriers to integrating conservation. And how have you overcome?
I think part of it is bridging, again, that gap around the expectations and the rigor that's needed. So from an industry perspective, there's a huge reputational risk that needs to be managed, and that means that any investments that are made have to be backed by that data, by those metrics, and has to be completely defensible and watertight, pun intended. And so a lot of conservation organizations, because they're doing it because it's the right thing to do, haven't necessarily developed the capacity, skills, expertise, data within their staff and within the limitations of their resources to be able to meet that standard of rigor. So I think that's actually I would actually call that, in a way, it's a barrier on the conservation side, but it's actually a barrier on the industry side, because that's where the demand is for that level of rigor and data. And so just having a good, rich conversation about that up front, early in a partnership development conversation, so that that's very transparent, I think that helps reduce that barrier in a way. Because the barrier is the company's coming to the table with, I need X million gallons of water replenished in this exact watershed to meet my target by this year, and it needs to be quantified upfront, it needs to be measured after the project, it needs to be verified by a third party, and it needs to be reported to me every year.
It's a lot.
And
yeah.
And then that's a lot for any organization to meet that level of standard when they haven't historically had the resources to do that. And really, corporations are quite a unique stakeholder in that level of demand. A lot of conservation organizations are used to getting funding from family foundations, from grants, from state and federal sources. And yes, there's obviously an expectation of rigor there, but it is not that usually. And so I think that's actually the biggest barrier on the industry side, is recognizing that it's going to take investment, not just in the project and the dirt moving on the ground, but it's going to take investment on top of that to equip your partners with the resources, the skills, the data, and everything that's needed to fully meet your standard.
Right.
That makes sense.
So interestingly, you both mentioned a topic that's near and dear to me on data, right? Because we have an inside joke at the airport that it's such a data-rich environment. But when I defended my dissertation, I joked with the committee that it functions like a data swamp, right? Because a lot of data goes in, but it's hard to get it out. But we're working on that right now. So with organizations that have large amounts of data, and you mentioned the analysis of data, what have you learned about how organizations are treating that data? What tools are they using to interpret that data and convert it into information that others can act on? Are you using any unique tools?
We are not. We contract with another company, an environmental consulting firm that specializes in, they do a lot of water quantifications, environmental benefit quantifications. They had helped develop a standard not only for this type of water accounting, but other types of benefits too that I mentioned that you can have from these different projects, which I think would be really great to have. Oh yeah, this is the water, but these are the other, great things that are happening also. Because sometimes I think that even tells a better story, too. But no, they're using like kind of I'm just going to say, if you're an engineer like I am, it's kind of like a ASTM standard for quantifying these things. We don't personally do that, but we hire them to do that work, and they're gathering information from the Soil and Water Conservation District and coming up with the calculations for us.
Any tools that you've heard about that interest you, pique your curiosity?
I think it's so the methods that Audrey's talking about are fairly consistent with what we see, which is there are some industry standards. Generally, companies we're speaking with can throw out the standards, and most NGOs we're speaking with have never heard of that standard. Again, because that's not the standard that other stakeholders that they've maybe worked with before. If they've worked with companies before, and yes, we have conservation NGO partners that have worked long enough and extensively enough with industry that they are very familiar with those standards. But generally, that's probably the minority rather than the majority of them. And so the methods that are needed are out there. It's that third-party space that is where it gets a little bit complicated, and it's a little bit of okay, but who's going to fill that gap? And we a lot of what we do at Texan by Nature, hopefully, is to help guide and steer some of those conversations, provide the resources that's needed. I have sent that volumetric water benefit accounting guide over and over again to so many people, and it's finding all of the resources, but then knowing what's the right fit for your project can be a little bit complicated. But I'll give one example that was a successful method and framework. We, through Texan by Nature, worked with the Texas Longleaf team, one of our nonprofit partners and previous Conservation Wrangler projects, to do East Texas reforestation projects of longleaf pine. And several corporate funders have come behind that, and that project is about to start on a third project. And what's made that method model successful is it's got all of those pieces. And it takes about 5 different parties to make up all those pieces of the pie. So there's an organization that's on the ground doing outreach with landowners, that's Texas Longleaf team. There is an organization that has the expertise to install soil monitoring equipment, do all of the data collection and analysis, and in a defensible way. And that's an environmental consultant and a professor in academia that's doing that. And then there's the convening role that Texan by Nature plays to help get a system and a model in place that's replicable and have the right communication and marketing happening across all of the parties and meeting the reporting requirements of the corporate funders. And there's another entity, Bonneville Environmental Foundation, that helped bring a group of corporate funders together to TxWAC and to Texan by Nature to do this. So it's a successful model that is now being replicated a third time, but it's because there was a framework in place for how the measuring and the monitoring and the reporting of the benefits were going to be done. That was all built into the budget up front to make sure that it meets the standards of the corporate funders. And there's a process in place to then continue to report those benefits. And those are great projects because it's essentially a one-time investment, but trees are literally the gift that keeps on giving. Mm-hmm. Once you put them in the ground, and they just keep giving. And so companies are seeing the success, and some of those companies have come back and are doing more of it, more acreage. So it's just there are great examples like that we hope that others can learn from, and that's partly why the storytelling is important. It's not just about, hey, look at us, we're awesome. It's also about sharing those learnings with others so that others are not reinventing the wheel. It's like, okay, so maybe I can find a third party to do this, and maybe I can find someone in academia to do this, and maybe I can just put the pieces together and make it work.
Thank you. Audrey, you've worked with NRCS on landowner initiatives model for water replenishment for years. How has your strategy evolved, and what are the biggest lessons you learned in setting goals and KPI, key performance indicators?
Right. So I would say, once we started working with NRCS, we have not changed our strategy. I mean, we have a long-term goal. It's a really great partnership. It's very, I'm going to say for us, it's so easy. I mean, the hardest part is just with our own accounting to get the money to them. That's the biggest hurdle. And then for me, really just continuing to engage with the landowners and continuing to learn from them and help them spread their message. How can we get more people to do this? So I would say our strategy really has not changed. Mm-hmm. We are, our goal, our replenishment goal is, comes to an end here in 2025. So, we're beginning to look. So we always get the project matches from TxWAC, and it's kind of like, well, we're already doing this. But, I think moving forward, not to say that we're not going to do that anymore, but we would like to kind of look at what else? Maybe is there something else we should consider too that could bring more. So we'll see what happens
Right.
with that. But
So have you learned any lessons from that project that you've been able to transfer into larger strategic?
Yes, we have. So definitely we, from working here in Texas, we began working in California and helped to work with, and actually found that it was kind of a predecessor of the Texas Water Action Collaborative, a California Water Action Collaborative. Like, how can we work with other stakeholders? And in addition, in Colorado. So we've been able to transfer some of the learnings. And in Colorado, working with the Nature Conservancy, and we're working on, again, that seems like really kind of far removed from our brewery, but we're actually working on wildfire prevention efforts, which make a huge benefit in the watershed. So, but it's a little bit hard to kind of explain, and I would meet with like new hires and tell them a little bit about what we're doing around sustainability, and you're like, we're doing this for water. And they're kind of like, okay, yeah, we get it. But yeah, making sure you can transfer learnings is really good.
Urvi started to introduce the concept of frameworks. Are there any frameworks that you're using?
Our guiding framework that we've looked at is, for our organization, was the Alliance for Water Stewardship. So we did achieve certification at our Milwaukee brewery. We decided it was a little bit too onerous for there's so much data required there, but we try to use the elements of that framework to kind of guide our principles around water.
Good. How about you, Urvi? Are you seeing other frameworks or strategies working successfully in other industries?
I think the other common framework we see, of course, is the UN Sustainability Development Goals, and the alignment of goals and targets, with those as well, because that's a pretty comprehensive list that covers everything from environmental responsibility, social responsibility, food security. So for any conservation project or for any corporation funding a conservation project, it's not a hard stretch to link to many of the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's a framework that we've seen, and one that we use in our own return on conservation work, where we use that as a framework and quantify the benefits of projects relative to those in a way that can be used to, again, articulate that impact and do it with economic values and in a way that can very easily align with those UN SDG goals. So that's another framework we've seen work.
I'm glad you mentioned return on conservation. Just out of curiosity, can I see by show of hands, how many of you are familiar with Texan by Nature's return on conservation framework? Wow, that's good. That's good. We've learned a lot from that. We've leveraged it at the airport, and we're very excited to see those types of frameworks being put into practice. Audrey, going back to you again, how do you evaluate conservation opportunities and their alignment with your operations? Any recommendations you have?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are a couple of things that come to mind. One is we are still looking at implementing in areas where we have water stress. So, do we see water savings from the project? Also, water quality benefits are another thing, even though we're not quantifying those with our projects. It's really important, I think, that you try to understand. I mean, quality, water availability, water quality are really important to our company. Another area that we'd like to look at is, are there opportunities for our employees to get engaged? Because we're asking people at our breweries that we really want you to, we want to save every drop, that type of thing. But if they can learn more out in the community, maybe through an engagement effort, I think it helps to reinforce what we're asking them to do at work, and also kind of help be messengers related to that. So I think those three things are pretty important to us.
How about you, Urvi? Do you see any trends in industry evaluating conservation opportunities?
I think the most common trend or request when we talk with our business members is generally things like shovel-ready projects that are on the ground, conservation impact, that are going to, again, that can estimate, measure, monitor, and verify, and quantify the benefits. And that's kind of the biggest trend on the industry side, and usually with a few other criteria around potentially geography, budget, timeline, things like that. And so this is where kind of the matchmaking process works well, is that's a set of inputs that we can work with to identify projects from TxWAC, and by from TxWAC, I mean the portfolio of projects that's been curated by all of the conservation organizations' projects that are being submitted to TxWAC in a standardized way. So we can tap into that. And then we also have a partner network of 200 or so NGOs across Texas, and that we're constantly trying to keep a pulse on with what they're doing, and can tap into that as well. So generally that's the trend we're seeing, but then there's always a few nuances. The target may be different, the geography may be different, whatnot. But generally and the other expectation we're seeing is long-term benefits as well, which is a great benefit of working with NRCS, for example, through that type of a program, because there's some long-term incentive for landowners to continue those practices. And so there's usually a desire from companies to, if they're going to make an investment, obviously, to have 10 plus years of benefits that are going to be recurring annually, and what does it take to achieve that? So landowner incentive programs are definitely a trend on the conservation side. A lot of our partners that we work with, given that Texas is 95% privately owned, a lot of conservation work is happening on private lands that landowners have and own. And I'm embarrassed to admit I didn't fully appreciate that the landowners, majority of landowners, are also not necessarily financially in a position to make these investments on their own. And so these types of programs that NRCS and lots of other organizations have are really important. And so that's kind of a trend on the conservation side, working with private landowners. And so the example that Molson Coors has is a great marriage of those two.
Yeah. So you guys caused me to think a little bit. Maybe there's a different example I was going to share from DFW that we learned a lot about. Conservation in a different application than you may think. So we were looking at aircraft operations, looking at all of the aircraft that came in and out of DFW Airport in the fiscal year 2023. And we analyzed them based on the engines, the fuel burn from their auxiliary power units. And every gate at the airport has gate electrification systems where you can plug into ground power, and also preconditioned air systems. And the analysis showed that if all of the pilots who park their aircraft at the gates for 2 hours or less were to just voluntarily plug in, they could reduce about 14 million gallons per year in fuel burn, which translated to about almost $40 million in savings, right, to the airlines. From a local air quality perspective, it was 300 metric tons of NOx, oxides of nitrogen, which is a significant contribution. Further, we actually share that framework with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, and they said if you can quantify those savings, we can get credit for voluntary reduction efforts, right, which has financial implications. I see our time is running out, so I have one final question for each of you. What is one thing that you would recommend everyone look at in goal setting in terms of articulation, opportunity evaluation process for when they leave today? What can they take away from this session?
Yeah. So for me, when I look at the goals, I'm looking at you. I really think that engaging with stakeholders is the number one, the most important thing that we can do, because whether it's our neighbors in Fort Worth who value water highly because it's really important to their business, whether it's the ideas and energy that come from the different projects that are available. I love Texas Water Action Collaborative. Just makes it so much easier for people to get together and try to work together. But for me, that's kind of the number one thing. We will not solve these problems ourselves. Like, there's no way that Molson Coors can fix the water, the highly stressed watershed or the turbidity issues or that type of thing. But together, oh my gosh, we can do so much. So when we met yesterday at the brewery, kind of looking at, well, who are our key stakeholders? Let's start with them. But then you kind of cast the net a little bit wider and figure out, who we can work with, how we can work with them to actually do more than we could by ourselves. So that's mine.
So Urvi, I know you've worked with such a diverse set of stakeholders. So what are your thoughts on things? They represent different parts. They're at different stages of their journey. So what would you share?
So in terms of goal setting, one on the, perhaps more on the conservation side, is setting goals that are aligned realistically with the capacity that the organization has. That is, again, we have a lot of passionate people working in our conservation NGO partners organizations, and there's always more to be done than there are resources to do. So thinking about capacity and prioritizing to where those goals are achievable, whether it's just pacing it out over time, biting off small enough pieces to make progress incrementally, but just really thinking through that is important. The other is diversifying funding sources and revenues, because just like we all try to do with our personal finances, like having a diverse portfolio of investments on the business side is important, and having a diverse set of revenues as well on the conservation side is important. So we've all seen recently that state and federal funding has been unreliable and uncertain, and a lot of our partners are hurting and having to cut programs because of that. So when you talk about goal setting on the corporate side, it's a little different in the sense that you're working with a scale of resources and budget typically that enables a lot more optionality and prioritization, and conservation NGOs don't always have that luxury, and they don't have years and years of savings in the bank to cover their costs when state and federal funding falls through. So they're having to cut programs and limit their impact in line with that. So I think that's a huge area where we're seeing conservation organizations having to set goals that really account for some unreliability potentially in funding sources, and where corporate funders can hopefully really help step up and fill that gap. And so we hope to see that companies are also considering goals from a business perspective. I think that's the key point that we've been trying to hone in on with this whole discussion, is how do you make the business case? And that's not just for conservation organizations. It's very important. And it's also for industries to really hone in on what makes good business sense for us. What's our supply chain? What natural resources are we depending on? And what do our consumers and stakeholders expect? And how do we invest outside our fence? So setting goals not only for the inside the fence operational efficiencies, which have a little bit more degree of control, but setting goals outside the fence as well. So on the industry side, I think that's what we'd like to see as well. So trying to hit on both a little bit there. But.
Yeah. So in closing, I've really appreciated the conversations leading up to today and also today's discussion, but some key points in goal setting. You need to start with a clear baseline. You need to know where you are and why it's important to take action. Set measurable time-bound goals, because those metrics matter to your stakeholders to see if you're making progress. Align sustainability or conservation initiatives with operations and cost. That makes sense. I heard this a lot throughout today's conversation: collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. and then report and adjust. Keep those goals defensible and data-driven. And so our call to action to all of you here today is really about the best conservation and sustainability goals don't sit on a shelf. They drive performance, resilience, and impact, right? So we encourage all of you to consider going beyond compliance or public relations when thinking about conservation. The real opportunity and competitive advantage comes when you align all of those goals with operations performance and, most importantly, purpose. So we encourage you to build on the examples that you've heard today and be open to sharing your feedback with us so we can learn from you as well. Thank you all. And thank you.
Thank you to Robert, Audrey, and Orvie for kicking us off today. Much appreciated. So a couple of things to note that are changes this year if you've been here before. You'll see a couple of QR codes around today. There are resources that have been curated for you to use after the summit that align with each of these discussions. If you want to revisit a conversation, there will be a link to a video of the dialogue as well, but framework, strategies, examples you'll find on those resources. So there's the QR code, and then you'll see it around as well. So take a look for that. We're going to break for lunch now. For those here in the room, there's a buffet right outside the auditorium. A couple of things to note. There will be monarch tagging probably in about an hour out on the terrace. So if you want to take a look at that, listen for the announcement, and you can go out and take part in that. The grounds are open to enjoy the beautiful native gardens, and there are master naturalists around who can can answer your questions. They may ask you questions too, but they can answer your questions if you have any today. And then we also have in the Hall of State, which is the room that has the tables for lunch, as you come in, if you keep to your left, this year's Conservation Wranglers each have specific tables so that you can go and learn more about their projects. So I encourage you to sit with those projects and really understand the impact that they're making. If you don't get a seat at their table, I'm sorry. They also have tables out front during some of the networking hours that you can talk to them today as well. And then finally, we have beautiful centerpieces today on the lunch tables, and they were created by Native Plant Society of Texas, Homegrown National Park, Wild Ones DFW, Texas Conservation Alliance, Texas Master Naturalist, and Louisville ISD. So speaking of collaboration, they put together amazing centerpieces. You can learn more. There's QR code to learn more about what you're looking at, which are our native plants there on the table. And I think there's a little exercise. You guys can share birthdays and decide who gets to take it home. So enjoy lunch.
Quail has been a big part of our heritage here in Texas. It brings a lot of joy to have people to come out here and have quail to hunt. Being able to walk with your friends and talk and converse was just a huge deal. But grassland birds are in a big decline, all grassland birds.
We're getting brush encroachment and woody encroachment throughout grasslands, which are not just changing the composition of species within the landscapes. That's actually really bad for the planet too, because grasslands are massively important for things like carbon capture. So if you're not seeing quail on the landscape, it's usually a pretty good indication that that landscape's probably not doing as well as it should be doing.
In 2010, the quail population went from bad to worse. Most of the time when we're trying to evaluate populations, we're looking at the weather, we're looking at the habitat, and in that particular year, the habitat was great, and we still had this big decline.
It's really concerning because you immediately start to think, man, what else has happened?
Nobody knew what was going on, but it really needed to be figured out.
When something that drastic happens, who are you going to turn to? You need people out there in the field that totally understand the whole environment. Rolling Plains Quail Research Ranch jumped in and got to work on this.
The Rolling Plains Quail Research Ranch, as far as we know, we're the only entity that is solely dedicated to the study of quail and quail habitat. Our initiation came about from a group of hunters reminiscing about how good the quail hunting used to be. The thing that each and every one of those guys has in common is that they say to me, "Oh, Ryan, when I was your age, there was birds everywhere, there was quail everywhere. I could go out and by 10 a.m. in the morning, I could have a limit of birds, and now we don't see that." Since 1980, we estimate we've lost about 75% of our quail. But 2010 was a really nominal year because we had great habitat throughout the region, great rainfall. You should have great quail. We saw exactly the opposite. Everybody hit the fields and there were no birds. Nobody could explain that. So we needed to get out there, we needed to hit the field, and I'll be honest, we didn't know what the heck we were looking for. And so we started looking at everything.
We are so blessed to have such an amazing relationship with all of the staff at the Rolling Plains Quail Research Ranch. They were coming out, capturing quail. They would weigh and measure them, band them, to see if they could help find an answer as to why quail were disappearing.
First things we're going to start looking at is what's the nesting cover look like? What's the availability of food on the landscape? What is the extended habitat looking like in the larger picture?
We concluded that study around 2014. The one thing that really stood out were these parasites, these eyeworms and cecal worms. The infestation rates of these worms in these quail was far, far higher than anybody had expected.
Now that we've figured out this cause, if the Ribolins or another landowner called us up, potential solutions can be evaluated and pursued. Through education and habitat work, we are starting to see some of these quail populations come back in some years.
We're not just there for when times get real bad. In a state where 95% is privately owned, we need landowners to be part of our mission. A big part of our mission is educating youth and landowners on, hey, what is good quail habitat, but for the benefit of other species too.
When the Ribolin Ranch was first established, to me it looked like dirt that grew rocks. There was a lot of overgrowth of trees and bushes. It was not very well maintained. It has transformed. It's beautiful.
There's very few things when it comes to managing my land that I do without talking to somebody, and many times it will be the Rolling Plains Quail Research staff. They're always there to help. Land sculpting, prescribed fire, funding for a lot of this place. There's just a tremendous amount of help that they can provide that a lot of people can't.
We're here as a resource and as a service to Texas landowners. You can come out to our ranch or a private ranch, and we will demonstrate in the field how to implement some of these habitat recommendations from a research perspective. Give us a call. We're always happy to get out of the office and hop in a truck and come see some new country.
Our ranch brings so much joy to my life. There's always something exciting to see. It's my belief that all people need to have a better connection to the outdoors. If you lose quail, you will lose another opportunity. Get out, get in it, understand it, enjoy it.
All right, howdy, welcome back. Did y'all enjoy the monarch release at lunch today? Raise your hand if you went. Woohoo, okay. Well, we're gonna get started, and what a great segue to our next discussion. Rolling Plains quail set themselves up for success by implementing long-term monitoring and by having strong relationships with partners and landowners. They were able to build on that foundation to understand the issue, implement solutions, and understand outcomes through continued monitoring. We often see our partners place a significant amount of effort on evaluating project opportunities, but not on budgeting the time it takes to select partners, build relationships, and monitor progress. Unfortunately, this leaves a lot of projects short of reaching their full potential. And how does a conservation project realize the outcomes envisioned? Successful conservation initiatives uniformly show strong collaboration and attention to ongoing monitoring to provide project results. This enables adaptability of the project and the ability to claim data-backed outcomes. And today we're going to talk about just that. I'd like to introduce everyone to Travis Etheridge, the Director of Environment and Sustainability at Apache Corporation, Billy Tarrant, the Associate Director of Stewardship Services at Borderland Research Institute at Sul Ross State University, and Sam Ebright, a GIS Specialist at Natural Channel Design Engineering, Inc. The discussion will highlight lessons learned in implementing programs and evaluating progress for projects in West Texas. Texan Nature, and me personally, has worked with each of y'all over the past few years, and currently we have some projects going on, and I'm excited to sit down with each of you today because you guys all have fantastic insights to share with everyone here. From this conversation, our hope is that you take away best-in-class examples of partner selection, baseline measurement, and program planning, tools and thoughts on partner communication and progress monitoring and reporting, and lessons learned that can help you reduce barriers in developing partnerships and monitoring protocols in line with operational strategy. And as mentioned today, be sure to check out our supplemental resources. Our team did a great job putting those together that provide additional examples and tools related to this conversation. And Travis, you're up first.
Okay, perfect. So as Taylor mentioned, my name is Travis Etheridge. I'm the Director of Environment Sustainability at Apache Corporation. We are a global exploration and production company centered in Houston, but with operations in Egypt, Western Desert, the UK North Sea, and Permian, West Texas. We also have exploration ongoing in Alaska, offshore Suriname, and Uruguay. I'll point out some of our core values: stewardship in the blue, light blue down there being probably the most pertinent to this conversation. And our strategic framework focused on oil and gas, building a portfolio of high quality, and then maintaining financial discipline and top operational performance. Operational performance is where we would encompass some of our environmental stewardship activities. So a little bit on the project background. In 2023, we were setting a long-term target to accelerate P&A reclamation in the Permian Basin. So, we P&A wells, and we have to go in and reclaim that surface land. And, we wanted to accelerate, but we also wanted to partner with Borderlands Research Institute to make sure that we're doing the latest and greatest, the best possible way to reclaim this surface area. So we picked 25 P&A well pads in Midland County, set it up into 8 different plots with different surface treatments. It was really important to us that we had a baseline, or we set a baseline that was reasonable for the company, and that's something that we could actually implement if the results came through in a positive way. I would use the example that, historically we rip and flip a pad, so it's all caliche, and then you want to tear it all up and you want to flip it over. When we first started the design, there was a question on whether we needed to tear out this caliche, bring it off to the side, bring in topsoil, irrigate routinely. And if anyone's been to West Texas, the rain's sporadic at best. Topsoil is not really existent. So we wanted something that would be a good use case that we could actually implement in the future if all of our results came in as we hoped they would. So we started in mid-March 2024, prepping the pads. We're kind of midstream right now. We have, I think we're completing our fall observation of the locations right now as we speak. So far, Billy and I talked to our project manager at BRI last week, and he said he was pretty surprised with some of the results that are coming through in a positive way. Our expectation is to go and conclude next year and have a white paper that's available to other operators and folks who can use this information to hopefully improve their reclamation programs. So here's an illustration of the way the project grid is laid out. As Taylor mentioned, planning phase is super important with all of this. We have landowners and key stakeholders that we need to engage with. They need to have similar time frames, need to be happy to let us onto their properties after we've P&A'd wells. We need to make sure that our P&A or reclamation activity is timed correctly with the project kickoff. And I think that this was probably the most challenging part of the whole planning phase because there was a lot of back and forth and working with our land department. So the current status, we do have 25 properties in Midland County that we've treated. We've just, like I said, we're in the fall observation phase right now. So getting to some of the key takeaways, I think, is we're kind of, 3/4 done with the project. Partnership, as we talked about, is really important. We need to have similar perspectives and motives. We need to be flexible and be open to new ideas and other expertise. And make sure we're constantly communicating. Fit for purpose, it aligns with our objectives of environmental stewardship as a company, but it has to be the right project, and it should have a fit for purpose and be aligned with future operations. And it's got to be cost competitive. I think I heard it on the last panel as well. If you're competing for dollars across different projects, and then transparently, it's difficult when you're at end of life. You got to go and they're not income producing anymore. So it's all, after the fact closure dollars. So it needs to be cost competitive for the company. And it needs to be practical and pragmatic, something that you can implement in the long term. And then the last thing is just plan and deliver. We need to make sure we have the right design, the right plan. We have manageable expectations on what the outcome should be. We have something that's fit for purpose for the organization, and that what I want to do at the end of it is take the information and be able to replicate it across the field. I want to be able to take the information and make a better outcome with same or slightly more money. Perfect.
Are you in the Permian Basin?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Travis. Billy, you're up next.
You manage your time so well. Hi, I'm Billy Tarrant. I'm the Associate Director of Stewardship Services at Borderlands Research Institute at Sul Ross State University. Quickly, you can see the mission for BRI there is to help conserve the natural resources of the Chihuahuan Desert borderlands through research, education, and outreach. The team that I supervise, the Center for Land Stewardship and Stakeholder Engagement, is we don't have a separate mission. We just have a plan, I guess you would say, we were created as a result of the Respect Big Bend initiative, which I've been on the stage talking about before, a few moons back, with the goal to facilitate effective conservation in Far West through assistance to landowners and coordination with relevant stakeholders such as conservation partners. We're going to talk somewhat about some more about this Apache well pad reclamation project, which has been a really, really good project to work with Apache on, and we're also going to talk with Sam, I think, about the Delaware River Basin Restoration Project. Both of those we're involved with at some level quite a bit, and I've been involved with obviously a lot of partnerships through the years, but right now I want to talk about the Trans-Pecos Pronghorn Working Group and this restoration project. And the reason I want to do that is because we go way back to 2009, and it's still ongoing. And it was a landowner-initiated working group. We learned a lot, we've done a lot, and I think by taking that look back, it's something I'm very proud of, that I was involved with that. I think it can teach us a lot. I'm not going to go into the components for success. Obviously, buy-in from our constituents. You have to have some financing. I say work to mitigate, minimize conflict. I think that happens quite a bit in conservation work. My executive director for Texas Parks and Wildlife for 15 years was Carter Smith, and was my boss for most of my career when I worked with Parks and Wildlife. And he said something one time as we were talking through some conflict. He said, we can all sit on our hands and get nothing done, or we can charge forward, recognize there may be conflict, and if there is, how do we mitigate it? And I thought that was a life lesson. If you're not in charging forward and getting things done, we don't talk much about conflict, but it can happen, or people get their feelings hurt. I think it's important for conservation partners to feel valued through the entire process. That's usually what happens, is they don't feel valued, and you need to keep them dusted up and ready to go, get the work done. Lessons learned through this project, it's still ongoing, but we've learned a lot. I think being open-minded and understanding the need to adapt strategies as you go to change your trajectory. And that goes back to the challenges we had with drought while we were transplanting pronghorn. Even our panhandle land, we were moving pronghorn from the panhandle to the Trans-Pecos, and even though they typically don't like, the farmers in the panhandle don't like pronghorn on their fields, and it was a good source to transplant to the Trans-Pecos, it was, they see enough of them go, and then they don't have a few babies for a few years, and they start to like them a little bit more. And so we had to wait a few times. I want to talk later about this never waste a good crisis and Trans-Pecos landowner attitudes. It's, Texan by Nature is going to let me dive in that just a little bit. Try to be as inclusive as possible. Plan extensively, but always stay flexible. Understand conflict's inevitable again. Be proactive about utilizing monitoring results to build support. I think that's one of the things we're talking about here is how not only do you monitor, what level do you monitor, how are the data reported, but it can really help you if you do it right. And I say this because I could tell you, we're not monitoring enough on all of our projects. We're just not. But this one we did, and I'll talk more about it here in a bit. We put a lot of collars on a lot of pronghorn and learned a lot. And we not only learned about how to keep them alive for long periods of time, we learned about what the best way to trailer them is. We actually rewrote, because we took such an effort. Because this was a landowner-driven project, Parks and Wildlife got behind it with a lot of funding. They felt it was valued. Landowners really stood it up. And they stayed after it and continue to stay after it. And because of that, we learned so much. In fact, Dr. Ryan O'Shaughnessy was a big chunk of that, the guy who was in the last video when he was at Sul Ross. But I'll talk more about that in a bit. But it also allows you to continue to get funding, right? You show results, you can continue to get funding, so. Sorry.
Thank you. My name is Sam Ebright. I work with Natural Channel Design Engineering in Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm the lead geospatial analyst and a commercial drone pilot. A little bit about who we are. We're a river restoration, civil engineering, and natural resource planning firm with 25 years of experience in in-stream habitat and restoration, channel morphology, post-fire flood mitigation, GIS remote sensing analyses, hydraulic and hydrologic modeling. These are some of our photos from some past projects we've done. And what brings us here today, we were working with Texan by Nature this year and with other partners, Billy and others. What we set out to do was to analyze about a 500,000 acre landscape, to analyze this from a coarse scale to a fine scale, all the way from remote sensing data, satellite imagery, and aerial imagery, all the way down to meeting with landowners on the ground, getting in their rangers and understanding what their problems, priorities, and needs were. What this graphic represents is sort of what our workflow looked like on this project, how we combined multiple layers of data to move from a eyes in the sky view to being on the ground into a final suitability analysis to really understand where conservation can be most effective on the ground, and a photo from one of our beautiful sites on the Delaware River. We learned a lot through this project. This was a challenging project. This was a huge project, the biggest landscape that we've ever worked on in the past 25 years, and we learned a lot. some components for success that we had really strong landowner and multi-party stakeholder involvement. That meant that we were not only working with the funders and the project partners, but we were working on the ground with the ranchers and understanding what their needs were, having lunch with them and understanding what they could learn and teach us from generations on this land. We integrated desktop modeling and field verification from a top-down and a bottom-up approach, which I'll talk more about in our conversation. And as I mentioned, we learned that a really strong component of this was meeting landowners on their own terms, on their own land. We drove about 25 hours round trip to do that, and it was well worth it. And again, we had really strong support from our partners. We had really strong support from Texan by Nature, as well as the funding organizations, and helping us to make those connections with the landowners on the ground. And some lessons that we learned from that were oftentimes in conservation, we think about a top-down versus a bottom-up approach, but I think that it's really important to integrate both and put that into adaptive modeling, giving yourself sufficient time from what you've learned on the ground, what you've learned in the sky, and rebuilding that model, not staying stagnant and saying that we have all the answers when we get out there, but remaining flexible to really understand. And finally, recommendations for others. As I mentioned, I find it really important to integrate the top-down and bottom-up approaches. There's no one size that fits all, especially when you're working in a landscape like Texas, which is 95% private land. You really have to learn from the generations of people who've been on the ground before you. As I said, engaging stakeholders on the ground, this was a really powerful tool, being able to get in the back of pickup trucks and Rangers and have lunch with these folks and really understand what their needs are and how we can help them achieve that, because we're not just here for ourselves, we're here to put more water into the ground, we're here to help put more forage on the ground. And again, allowing flexibility for that adaptive management, never being stuck in one stage of your developmental process, but always realizing that you need to have flexibility. And something that I've always taken from my time as a firefighter is to clearly define the task, purpose, and end state as a leader. If you're looking for shovel-ready plans, if you're looking for landscape analyses, be very clear in what the task is, what is the reason for that, and what is the end state that you're looking for.
What counties were you in?
Excuse me?
What counties?
Culberson County.
Mostly just Culberson.
Thank you, Sam. And I can set that over here. Okay. Well, Robert ended, his last key takeaway was collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. And you're going to hear a lot of those same themes in our discussion today: collaboration, the importance of data, monitoring, etc. So we'll jump into it and start with you, Travis. And you mentioned fit for purpose and being cost competitive, along with finding solutions that you can replicate across your operations. And why do you consider conservation a strategic investment for Apache Corporation?
Yeah, I think one of our key stakeholders is our landowners. I think working with them to make sure that we leave it better than we found it is really important to us. We live and work in these communities too, and so it's important to us that it gets restored as you would want it. And as I mentioned, we have conservation and environmental stewardship is one of our sort of key core values. And so it's kind of ingrained in the company culture that we do what's right by our landowners and our employees and serve our purpose well. It's just kind of part of who we are. So I think it's really ingrained in the culture.
100%. And how did y'all, has it always been ingrained in the culture, or how do you build that internal buy-in, especially as you bring on new employees or new staff, or as companies merge and things like that?
Yeah, I think those are all challenges that you try and overcome. I think it has been in the culture for some time. Apache's been in the Permian Basin for quite some time. And, we have, I think just a lot of grit and determination to make sure that these things get done well. And when you bring in new people and you bring in new ideas, it's always important to get them brought on, but also I think you mentioned the costs for capital and operators. Yeah, and that's kind of back to that fit for purpose design that we talked about. It's really if the operator and the pumper in the field and the folks who are actually going out there and scraping the pad can see what the results are whenever you do some of this work like we're doing with BRI right now, it really makes a case for itself.
Yeah.
And if you make a good case for itself, then everybody wants to get it done the right way.
100%. And we worked with y'all in the past on some of the dark skies work, and we would they would tell us, or McDonald Observatory would tell us anecdotally, you know, the fields or the folks working on the sites, you know, they see the lights change and it's like such a noticeable difference, you know, day and night, literally. So, yeah, great point. And Billy, are you hearing the same thing from other industry partners y'all work with out in West Texas?
Yeah, well, fortunately, we work with, you know, our main industry partners we've worked with in the past have been like Apache and used to be Concho, now ConocoPhillips, and obviously those were two organizations were heavily involved in Respect Big Bend and are conservation minded. But I think through their leadership of you know, oil and gas companies like that, we're beginning to see more of that, more opportunities, more interest in doing good conservation work, and having a noticeable impact on the land for sure.
100%. And I mean, all the work that y'all do in the energy industry depends on the land you operate on, so it's super important. And then next question for all of you. The first discussion talked about barriers. Want to talk about that again. And what are the biggest barriers integrating local conservation opportunities into overall sustainability strategy from your perspective? And Travis, we can start with you.
Okay. I think always it's going to be cost and time, and sometimes those are tied one-to-one. You know, challenging for money, especially with low oil prices, and you know, you get really tight with money and capital and LOE and operating dollars. It's a constant fight. But again, if you're doing the right thing and they can see that it's cost effective, and you're doing something that maybe costs, you know, twice as much but is 10 times as good, you can sort of show those results, and it becomes a way of doing things that can be infectious.
Yeah, Billy, anything to add?
Yeah, I think that you know, from the NGO standpoint, and then in this case research standpoint, we do some monitoring as well, obviously for our work. Not near enough, I'll say again, on some stuff. Thank goodness we got Sam to help us out on that project. But, and then we had Lalo on this one. I think the key is, like I think Lalo said it the other day, is, you know, you have to work with, especially if you have a funder and they want to go somewhere with this project. You know, it's great to, you know, bring your vision to the table as well. But at the same time, at the end of the day, is it going to be cost effective? Is it going to be something they're interested in? And they need to drive that ship, and we have to be flexible enough as natural resource professionals to understand that and provide them the product that they're asking for. And I think this project is a great example of that. I think it's been just, you know, Lalo said it first, you know, the whole rip and flip idea of leaving that layer of caliche would not be something he would want to do. He'd want to get it out of there and have a soil profile as much as possible. But as soon as they said, well, that's the cost-effective way we do this, we're not going to be able to haul all that caliche off. He said, okay, fair enough. Let's charge for it and let's try it and see it. And so far, I mean, we don't have the pictures right now, but Lalo shared some the other day from the field, and it was, we'll see what it comes back. It's pretty impressive, really. The second year, we got a little more timely rain. And anyway, I think that's part of it, is put aside your mindset of what you want to see done and make sure that your other partners and your funders are getting what they want.
100%. And in the first conversation, I mean, we talked a lot of barriers can be avoided by just sitting down at a table and being transparent about expectations. So I think that's exactly what y'all have been doing. But Sam, anything to add to that? I know y'all work with lots of different clients, so.
Yeah, I really like how Billy said, never let a good crisis go to waste. Over the past decade or so, we've been working in a lot of post-fire flood restoration, and a lot of that has been in our own backyard, in the homes that our employees live in, that our neighbors live in, and really getting to the table with those people and saying, this is why we need a conservation easement, because it's going to keep the water out of your garage. People really listen when you can bring the story home to them. And I think really being able to understand by seeing those floods over the past few years, by seeing the restoration, a really good example is that we had an area that actually reburned twice about 10 years later. And after the second burn, they were already calling us before the bear team got out because they knew that these methods would work. They knew that we had to start planning now.
Perfect.
Thank you. So takeaways, planning, lots of conversation, over communicate and collaborate. To move on to our next question, Billy and Travis, this one is for you. And once you've done all the work and overcome all these barriers, making it sound easy, and gotten internal buy-in on the local project, what are the biggest challenges or mistakes you've experienced or witnessed as projects are getting started and putting them on the ground? So elaborating a little bit beyond those barriers.
You first.
Okay. You know, as someone who's seen a couple of projects sort of lose steam, I think one of the challenges has been getting buy-in ahead of time. I think you can get really high-minded, really chasing pie-in-the-sky stuff, which can be good if it works out. But the problem is the further you reach out from maybe the practical or the pragmatic that's right in front of you, the more risk you get into that it won't either hit the mark or you've kind of designed something that won't work. So I think for us, getting with the right landowners, that was a lot of discussion. We relied heavily on our land department. Can't give them enough kudos for going out and talking and making sure these folks are going to be okay with a project that was going to last 3 or 4 years after we've left. And so we got really good partners. I think we had originally looked at going over like 4 or 5 different counties, and we thought, once you get a sample size that gets too variables and too many things come into play, it becomes, you're finding a little too many variables to make discernible decisions at the end. So I think it was, focusing in, getting with the right landowners, getting all of my organization aligned, so making sure that land was okay with it and that we had operations buy-in and that there was going to be a commitment to the cost part of it for multiple years.
Great.
Was that in the Permian Basin?
Yes, ma'am.
Billy, what about you?
Lessons learned, barriers. I think like
biggest challenges or mistakes you've witnessed.
Yeah,
as projects
mistakes.
get
Yeah,
started.
that's lessons learned.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I'll go back to our other projects we have within the Center for Land Stewardship that we're not monitoring well enough, even though they're written in the proposal. We had a mechanism to make them happen. I think that's probably there needs to be something else there, and I think that's like hiring capacity, making sure there's enough capacity in your proposal to handle the deliverables that you need to provide. If you're trying to make it too affordable, but you want to do that, you want to get the grant, you want to get the gift, you want to do the work, but if you don't build the capacity into your proposal, into your budget, then you can really, once you start moving and you're getting stuff done on the ground, which is what we want to see, that's what we want to do, and we're doing that. And it's great, but are we measuring it enough? And I think that's probably that's at the top of my mind as of late, because we did not get that done on these last projects. So.
Yeah. And we see that across our conservation partner community as well. Folks send us budgets, and we're like, you have the money allocated for the trees, but you don't have the money to pay the people to plant the trees or show what happens on the other side. So.
Well, this for the Delaware project, that was this is Sam and his team were an investment that we opted to do up front, and one of the best decisions I think we made. So we're going to be able to have that at the end. It's going to really, I think, pay dividends.
Yeah, 100%. And based on this experience, lessons learned, mistakes, whatever you want to call them, how do y'all plan for those going into new projects? Are they part of, Travis, for your standard operating procedures, or is there anything you've put in place to plan for them as you continue to invest in conservation on the ground?
I think it's communication early, at least from the company side. It's making sure we get the right people in the room, the buy-in, at the very start. What you don't want to do is get deep into the planning process and then ask for money, and someone's like, that wasn't in my budget, and so you need to make sure that everyone's on board with the idea, understands the mission, understand how it positively impacts the business, connect those dots for them. And then when it comes to finding the right partner, there's some very credible folks out there, and the relationships I think we have with people in the room help with that. The credibility I don't think is as much of an issue for me, from my perspective. It is the breaking down the barriers and the speed bumps ahead of time so that when it comes time to say yes, you can.
100%. And Billy, we've been getting a project started along with Sam for the Delaware River Basin project that's funded by ConocoPhillips, and you alluded to it a little bit, but that was, one of the best investments we could have made. But could you elaborate a little bit more on what you've seen work well with that project and being a part of just getting the project started?
Yeah, I think that's a good example of being able to find the right partners. If you look at that project and you take, like, for example, Jose Etchert with Texas Parks and Wildlife, who was a wildlife biologist in Culberson County for years, who had established relationships, long-term trusting relationships with those landowners. I don't think we'd be near as far as we are now. We've been very fortunate to have him, but we got him early at the table, and he is very passionate about conservation work, and he saw an opportunity, and he's charging forward with it. And then finding, obviously from some of the recommendations from finding Sam and his team, And I think that was another opportunity to have a great partner at the table when it comes to monitoring and really, their work so far is telling us where we need to work, where we're going to get the most bang for our buck for a lot of different things, primarily, water quantity, water quality in the Delaware River itself. So I think finding those right partners early on and moving forward with them in that way, in that collaborative way.
Yeah, and to build on that, Billy, as projects get started, things can change very quickly and fluctuate depending on the partnerships that are in place. But you mentioned the pronghorn work that's been going on since 2008, various other initiatives like Respect Big Bend. You've been a part of a lot of collaborative work in the Trans-Pecos. Y'all are the collaborator out there. And would love to hear what your biggest lessons learned in selecting and communicating with all of these diverse partners across West Texas are.
Yeah, I think, I think maintaining those relationships, that's why I typically try to have a Trans-Pecos Conservation Partners call supposedly every quarter. I'm a little late on this one. But that keeps us connected. And then following back up, even the folks don't get in on the call, but we'll have anywhere from 20, 30, 40 different partners on that call. But then follow back up with the minutes. And you see these opportunities like, hooking up biologists from the National Park Service with Texas Parks and Wildlife Inland Fisheries to talk about giant cane control and working together and collaborative. They would not have done that probably had they not met on those calls. And I think that that's diligence, right? That's trying to stay on top of it, stay in communication, which is work. It's a lot of work, and it's making me tired, but it's good work. It's a thing, you see those chances to connect those dots, it makes it all worthwhile, I think.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's a lot of work, which communicating is. How has your communication or just the process of communication collaboration changed over or evolved over the years as you've been doing it?
Well, I think that one of the places where I need to do more work is probably to be more deliberate, like in just personal communications with individuals, especially landowners. I spend so much time in the office now, I haven't maintained those relationships as much as I used to, but I feel like that's important. We've built a lot of credibility and trust out there, and I think that's important to maintain those relationships. But just me moving, because of COVID, we had to move from a brown bag lunch we used to have for conservation partners. Well, that's only getting the folks right around our office in Alpine. And we had to move to a Teams meeting, and when we did that, we got a whole lot more people at the table. And it's not as good, it's not as fun as face-to-face, but at the same time, we have a lot more folks in the room. And then we are periodically trying to go ahead and have some stuff in the field as well to look at some conservation projects that different partners are doing and share and collaborate in that way.
Yeah, and collaboration planners has come up on the first discussion. This discussion is state that's 95% privately owned. It's super important, and whether you're working with individual landowners or landowners that like Apache or ConocoPhillips, it's an important part of making projects work. And I know, Billy, you touched on working with Jose for our Delaware project, and we couldn't really have made any of that happen without his support and those long relationships with landowners that he had in place. But how do those types of strong relationships influence the partners that you work with, the partners that you select? Do you have anything to add on why that's such an important part of work, especially in West Texas?
Yeah, that's the thing about it. It's knowledge, right? Just the long-term knowledge of understanding and working with our partners, for example, at Parks and Wildlife. Jose worked for me when I was there. But at some point I'm going to step away, and there's others that are coming behind me, I think, that are building those relationships and part of that collaborative process. I don't know if I said it on this stage or not, but what's been so rewarding for me is to see, we're in a room today with a lot of folks interested in conservation partnerships. When I started my career with Parks and Wildlife, with Arizona Game and Fish, was my first job. In the early 90s, one of my bosses said something. I may have said this on the stage before, I don't know. He said, hey, there's 3 ships you got to stay off of: burning ships, sinking ships, and partnerships. And from what his perspective is, a lot of partnerships are somebody coming to you to further their goals with your capacity and resources. And that still happens to a certain extent. But through my career, I've been so fortunate to be a part of such great partnerships as the Texas Pliable Conservation Initiative, the one I'm talking about with the pronghorn. Everything I can see is like, that is the way you get things done now. That was not the case 30, 40 years ago. It was kind of like, we want to do our business, you do your business. We're not going to get together. But now this is how you get things done at a landscape level, and that's so rewarding. That's just to see that transformation through time. It's really cool. I had to throw that in there, sorry.
100%. And Travis, what about from your perspective? How are you selecting on-the-ground partners for conservation work? Obviously, y'all work with BRI, but what goes into those considerations as you're thinking through projects you want to put on the ground?
Yeah, I think it's, technical expertise. One of the bullets I had that I think is really important is having similar motives and objectives on the onset. If you're all kind of marching towards the same objective, then it's much easier to come to an agreement and come to a common understanding. So I think, technical expertise, common goals in mind, right time frames, and just really having a lot of the agreement and kind of frame of mind.
Mm-hmm. And as you're communicating with, I imagine, quite a few partners on various projects across the ground and across your operations across the globe, what are your communication expectations as you work with those partners?
So I think open communication. I won't say a frequency because I think it depends on the time and what's happening and what you're trying to do. I mean, specifically for this partnership right now, we're getting, I think, semi-annual reports. We get one usually a couple months following each observation season where they kind of tell us how things are going, what they're seeing, trends and analysis. I think when I look at it also from a certain level, I don't know all the nuance. Like if you ask me to name a species, I'm not going to be able to help you. But when you say this is, 5 times better than this, and this is, we're seeing, these native grasses take root over here, and wow, that we really didn't expect that. Those are the kind of things that I think get me excited and we want to hear about. But from a communication perspective, they're open with us. We've had a lot of discussions around, changes or, I think one of the things we did recently was we had originally put into our project scope to do a carbon soil analysis. And, it costs some money, and Lalo at BRI said, we can kind of cut this. We're not seeing anything that I think is going to really drive material results for you guys or really going to drive big change, so we can cut this, and we did. And I think that's an important sort of flexibility, mid-cycle pivot. If you're doing things and you're not seeing any progress or you're not seeing results that you would wanted to see, then, cut it, pivot, make it work.
Yeah, and I know that in your slides you mentioned that they're going to be working on a white paper for you to communicate those results. How do y'all use that within your operations?
So that's my job, right? Yeah. So I'm going to make sure that with the results that come out of it, if they're positive for the company and it's something that we can put, as part of our standard operating practices, that we do so, and that I convince the organization that it's time and money well spent. The white paper that comes out, it was important to us so that this was also available to to anyone really. Mm-hmm. So that if you saw that, hey, if we lay soil erosion blankets on, 25% of the site, we can get, roots and grasses and biodiversity to take hold. And people knew that and understood that maybe there's a low barrier to entry to make it significantly better.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing those lessons learned. We've seen really over the past many years, lots of our industry partners publishing their results or lessons learned. We have some linked on our summit resources. When your white paper's live, would love to add it, so yeah. Let us know.
For sure.
But to pivot a little bit to baseline data collection, so we talked a lot about monitoring, we talked a lot about data today, but collecting baseline data and monitoring progress is so imperative for us to understand the value of the work that we're doing and putting on the ground, right? So understand the value, understand the outcomes and the impacts of conservation projects. We talked a lot about being adaptable, flexible. If you're monitoring and something's not working, like the carbon, you can pivot and say, we may not need to monitor this. Should we monitor something else? Like what's working, what's not? So all of this allows us to make data-based decisions and, again, adaptively manage our projects, which is super important. So to get a little bit into baselines, would love to kind of go down. We'll start with Sam, but how do you define baseline, and has that definition for baseline evolved for you in recent years or through your work?
Yeah, so Travis and I were talking a little bit about this, of how baseline has evolved over recent years. And for us, with natural channel design, we're often looking at a reference condition, something that's upstream of a dam, upstream of a straightened channel, upstream of any source of degradation, and how can we mimic the natural form in our work site. But that's not always available. There's not always a reference condition that you can walk to that's still on the ground. And so we're trying to utilize more technology, satellite imagery, historic imagery, talking with people on the ground. What did this used to look like? How often did this flood? And really trying to establish that baseline for what's not just what was here before we started the project, but what is the highest capacity of this land and how do we achieve that again?
Great. Billy, what about you?
Yeah, it's changing, right? Our baseline, historically has been written into our proposals, right? I mean, we cite the problem, we cite the issue, and then we try to build support on addressing it. But I would say that with new technology, especially from a spatial standpoint, your ability to which we don't have that necessarily on my team, but BRI certainly does. And to Sam's point, that ability we're doing more and more of that, especially when it comes to stream restoration and grassland restoration or brush management. Just the ability to take that baseline, not only from where you are now and what you want to where you want it to go potentially, what is restored. I mean, that's the question Lalo always brings up. What is restored? Where do you want it to end? Do you want it to look like it did 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 2,000 years ago? Well, there's some things aren't attainable, right? But also, what was it 50 years ago? What was it like before this problem happened? And so I think that's part of the idea is that you can really take a baseline from even further back, but that's all because of technology and the advances in spatial imagery analysis, and so it's changing. It's getting better, I guess.
Yeah. And Travis, at Apache, how do y'all define baseline, or how do you define it?
I think they describe some pretty real challenges with trying to identify what is baseline. For the project we're working on right now, we use just off-site, off-pad. I think measurement, growth, different species types to define what would be an expected baseline. I think, some of that can be difficult. And we are starting to, I think, see using a little more of the satellite and GIS and those types of measurements for what used to be there. I mean, I think sometimes we're using satellite imagery from 60 years ago in some cases to try and see what the landscape looked like beforehand. And so there's a bit of opportunity, I think, in the data, satellite, AI type of stuff, which Sam and I were talking about a little bit before lunch. But baseline's hard to define. Where do you want it to be? Do you even want it to be baseline? Maybe baseline's really not a good example of what you want something to look like after you're done, especially when you're talking about the oil field.
Yeah, 100%. I think in that last video, looks like rocks that grow dirt. So.
Yeah.
And then just digging a little bit deeper into baseline, what frameworks, and any of y'all can answer this, what frameworks or standards are y'all using to define baseline? I know you mentioned satellite and things like that, but are there any standards you're looking at or maybe that are aspirational that you'd like to do or that you're using?
Yes.
And those are?
We're trying to move away, not necessarily utilize standard vegetation monitoring on the ground. It's very labor intensive, it's expensive. Sometimes it's absolutely necessary, depending upon the scale you're working at. But I think that from a vegetation standpoint, I think we're at a point now with spatial analysis where we can take a look at it pretty good right now and see, your subpixel, the pixels are tiny. And that, to me, is what we look at. Where we have challenges like going back to like the 80s and 60s or 70s and 80s especially, when you have these huge pixels and you really can't drill down into the species of plants, but you can look at brush and grass and vegetation gains and losses to us over a large scale. But now we're at a point where I think most of that we're trying to get that done spatially, or drones. We have a lot of drone capacity within BRI as well, and we're doing a lot of our both our vegetation, our brush management work, and our riparian restoration. We're utilizing drone imagery or just LiDAR type stuff to. And now you take over. I'm stepping off of where I shouldn't be talking.
So recently we've been thinking a lot about this idea of how do you integrate really detailed in situ monitoring with larger scale spatial analyses. And so we have sites where we'll have in situ soil moisture monitoring, for example, where we've restored a site, we've restored wetlands. We've also modeled that, and so we've modeled the structures and how the water would move and where it would infiltrate, how you'd have more infiltration after construction. And then as we monitor that in the ground, we're also tracking that with satellite imagery, and we're trying to draw correlations between the two to show that this is valid data, that you may not have the exact precision, but you can still be accurate in your assumptions from satellite imagery, that the changes that you're showing with trends over time, that you can show the same trends through satellite imagery that you can show with in-ground soil moisture. And when we're talking about 500,000 acre landscapes, it's a really powerful tool that we're trying to continue validating.
That's so much cheaper, so much quicker. You know, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think that's too a big part of, I mean, many of our discussions today about just making sure that the expectations are aligned. So whatever metrics you're looking for, right, that monitoring is built into the plan, whether it's that very detailed, like we need the on the ground, you know, monitoring of every single plant in this, you know, foot by foot square. We're like, we need them identified to species, or can we use some of this more landscape scale GIS and drone work? But just another question on baseline. As we've all been a part of planning projects, do y'all typically set a baseline for the projects before or after projects are selected, and why? And Travis, we can start with, or you and Billy, if you guys want to tag team it, you probably work together on this, so.
Say it again.
As y'all have gotten a project started, do you typically set the baseline for the project before or after partners are selected, and why?
I think it depends.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to have your partners in the room to help you establish that, right? I mean, I think it, you know, for example, for the Apache project, I mean, the partners were really, well, there was more involved too, I guess. Texas Native Seed was involved. Tony's here. We had some other partners that were required to be in the room, but really Apache and BRI were kind of driving that ship. And so I think the researchers at BRI and the team at Apache kind of worked that all in to begin with. But that's every facet of the project, not just the baseline. But I think lots of times we do it ourselves before we engage partners, but then we want them to be sure and make sure that we're on the right track.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
Yeah, I think also, and I don't know that I mentioned this before, as part of the project, we looked at 15 historical sites that we had recently just done a sort of basic rip and flip is what they call it, but turned over the pad and you know, spread seed and kind of left it be and kind of see what happens. And they collected that baseline. And so that's not necessarily a baseline of what the environment was. It's more of a baseline of how were you doing things in comparative to how you could maybe do things when it comes to reclaiming the site. So I think there's a couple different baselines to assess from my perspective. One is, what is the baseline vegetation that you're like is ideal? And then what is the baseline of the outcome from how you have performed the work historically? Yep. And then what's the delta?
Yeah.
Very good point.
And then Sam, would like you to dive a little bit deeper and tell us more about the tools and processes you're using to understand baselines. You touched on some of these, but not only baseline, but conservation need and prioritization, and really building on your introduction. You mentioned the Delaware River Basin project, and can you just share a little bit more about the research and analysis you did for that project and how that's really fundamental to supporting our decision making and really where we're pointing the arrow to put conservation on the ground? Would just love for you to dive a little bit deeper on that.
Yeah, so we kind of tackled this like a research project. We came in as outsiders, so we started with the literature and we started to understand what were people interested in. Are there endangered species? Is there woody encroachment? What are the main issues? From that, we moved more to a coarse scale filter using publicly available data, for example, soil data sets. And we started to understand from years of research, what is the baseline condition? What is the capacity of this land? Where are areas that have a higher production potential for range versus areas that may have a lower production potential? Where are areas that have gypsum soils that are not going to produce good range ever? And so then from that coarse filter, we moved to more of a fine scale filter, and we started to really dig into the imagery and start to derive indices from aerial and satellite imagery. For example, looking at the NDVI, the normalized difference in vegetation index, to start to understand vegetation health over the landscape. And we started looking at climate. We started to understand, are there areas that may have a lower NDVI because they have lower rainfall, or do they have a lower NDVI because of lower soil capacity? We started looking at things like the normalized difference in water index from NAPE imagery. The NAPE program is a really great resource, how it's flown every few years, and it gives you repeat monitoring without having to go out and do that. And we started to understand where is the water on the landscape and where is that water supporting healthy vegetation, where is it supporting these riparian corridors along the Delaware River that may be important for migrating birds. From there, we moved further into the field. We looked at the digital elevation model to try to understand where are specific projects where are head cuts, where are incised channels, where are areas that we could structurally make a difference. And then going out to visit those places on the ground, we took it even a step further with drone imagery of getting overflight data and providing that to landowners as a pre-construction monitoring tool, and also for them to see more of the way that we're thinking about things from a landscape level. And then finally, as I said, we sat down and we drove around with ranchers. We had lunch with ranchers. We asked them, what are your needs and how has this land changed from generations ago? And that was really the most powerful tool, was being able to integrate that top-down and bottom-up approach together and say, this is where we're coming from more of a research perspective and what we're seeing, but what are you guys seeing? And then being able to take that back and say, now with this new knowledge, what are some data sets that can corroborate that? How can we continue to monitor this over time?
Great, so lots of different tools and acronyms we can spell it for folks later. But I think a big benefit of not only the work that y'all, Travis, are doing with BRI is you're investing the time and money to collect this upfront data so you understand the outcomes. But to build on that, just tools and processes. Billy and Travis, are you guys, I mean, I know you're working with us on that, but are you using anything differently across your other projects, or how are you utilizing this type of data to prioritize opportunities or set goals for projects? Any thoughts there?
Well, BRI ourselves, have a lot of the same capacity in-house, and I think that's, like I said, that's where we're at now.
Yeah.
We either have that capacity or we just obtained that capacity with just researchers, and so that's kind of the direction we're heading right now ourselves as well. But obviously, part of that too, it made me think of something, and you're doing this drone imagery, which is just basically do an overflight that you can show a landowner where you're at now, and then come back and show them later where they're at after a restoration project. And that's so impactful, right? That's the stuff that can really make a difference. Is that follow-up with that? That's your most invaluable stakeholder, is your landowner, right? And that follow-up is something we need to work harder at too. We don't always do that, and that's been that way through my whole career. Is we don't always follow back up. Certain organizations are very good at it, some are not. We try to be. We're not always the best, but something we need to keep front and center all the time is to follow back up and just put it in a digestible format that they understand the difference that was made. So anyway, I just digressed a little bit. I never did get to do my pronghorn stuff. Did I miss my opportunity?
Well, I think we'll get to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Story.
Travis, what about you, tools or processes either you're using or that you've seen that other people are using, you're like, wow, like we want to use that, or?
So we haven't, I don't think, brought in the tools and processes to the degree that I think some folks probably here in the room have, and I'm sure Billy and Sam have. But right now we're trying to, I think, establish, a protocol that we could use some tools to create some sort of monitoring and tracking program for how things are turning out for, our sites that we've reclaimed over the past, 5 years or what have you. I mean, I think all the tools, or not the tools, but the nuts and bolts are there, right? You know where you were, you know what you did, the data set that you have. And so if you were to maybe, we're just kind of thinking through how you would do it now, and how would you set up a benchmark and an expectation as an organization who's routinely reclaiming land on a daily basis. So I think the GIS, the satellite, the even AI tools and some of the plant recognition and coverage, and there's some things out there that could probably be deployed, but I don't think we're mature enough there yet to be using it in our day-to-day, or we haven't been.
Gotcha, and you alluded to a conversation you and Sam had earlier about AI. Any thoughts on how AI may come into play for baseline analysis or monitoring for projects?
I mean, that's an idea. It may be something that could happen. I would imagine if you could use historical data current data, match it up, image trace it, and say, hey, tell me how much better it is or worse. You know, maybe that's something ChatGPT could do. Not yesterday, apparently, because I guess it was down, but I don't know. I just think about what are the opportunities there that have maybe not been explored, or some folks might be exploring that I'm just unaware of.
Yeah. Sam, anything to add?
Yeah, I was really hoping we'd get to this question. I think that AI is really a powerful force. It's, you know, with great power comes great responsibility, and it's going to save us a lot of time. Gone are the days of manually digitizing streams. Gone are the days of digitizing vegetation types. If you can provide good training data, whether that's on the ground from your vegetation plots or digitizing polygons and using that as training data, like we did with the remote sensing of water, it can really save you a lot of time and allow you to put more effective conservation on the ground. I think that, as you mentioned with image recognition, that's really a field that's moving at light speed right now. There's new tools coming out every day that researchers are analyzing these vast catalogs of imagery we have going back to the 80s and starting to piece together different ecotypes and how you can see how those have changed over time. And that's such a powerful resource to have 40 years of information curated for you. And I think it's really part of the future.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And then for all three of you, again, once the partners are selected, the baseline is established, what methods are you using for progress monitoring and reporting? And Billy, we can start with you. I think your pronghorn example may fit well here, and just how you all showed the results of that with landowners.
Obviously, lots of different monitoring efforts and different ways to monitor. But what we did with the pronghorn project, this hit me on the way up here, driving up here, was like, because we, like I said before, we had this basically landowner-driven initiative with conservation partners around the table, veterinarians, everybody around the table that had this passion for pronghorn. And because the department supported it so much, Parks and Wildlife supported it so much, we were able to collar more pronghorn over several years that there's never been that type of a pronghorn research project done to date, you know, and it continues. We still have animals collared. But what we wanted to learn, like I said before, was like, for example, when you collar pronghorn, when you catch pronghorn and throw them in a trailer or in a box, which is the way we've always done business, you think that's the right way to do it. That's because it's always been done that way. We found out real quick that if you monitor, like they call it capture myopathy, after an animal's released, if it's gotten too stressed at some point during that capture, it may die a week later from that stress. But if you don't have an animal collared, you don't know that happened, right? So it turns out all across North America, we thought we were doing great work with pronghorn. We just weren't monitoring enough. We were killing more than we thought we were, and that's not good. Well, we found out that if we don't stick them in boxes and we put them into open-top trailer, or a trailer with a high ceiling, those animals seem to survive a lot better. They were under less stress. So that changed the way we do business, and it changed really for the whole country. All conservation agencies now that move pronghorn have adapted the way that we did this because of all that effort. The thing that you didn't think about was, okay, stay with me. Okay, so in the 1940s, during the World War II, the sheep and goat, or the wool and mohair incentives got most landowners in the Trans-Pecos to switch over to sheep and goats, hair goats. And so all the fences got changed to net wire fences, which are not pronghorn friendly. Pronghorn can jump a net wire fence, but they tend not to. They want to go under fences. And so since the 1950s till the mid 2010, 2011, what biologists in the Trans-Pecos has been trying to get landowners to lift their fences or change them out and put net wire, take net wire out and put barbed wire or smooth wire or even barbed wire, at least 16 to 18 inches high off the ground. To facilitate these movements, they need to move, right? They weren't going to do it. I mean, very few were going to do it. They said, why do I want my neighbors to have my pronghorn? I make money off them every year hunting them. I want to keep them on my place. Well, part of this effort was we put these GPS collars on these pronghorn, and now we're getting, getting literally millions of points out there of where these animals are on the landscape. You couple that with, at the same time, we had this disease issue going on with these barber pole worms, homunculus worms. When these animals get stressed, if they can't move, then they are forced to eat where they poop in these deeper soils. And they're picking up these incredible loads of these blood-sucking worms in their gut, and it was actually killing some animals. And the animals knew about that. Plus, it was just putting another stressor besides drought on them. Blah blah blah. All that to say, because we now had a visual aid to show that you could see where these animals are bottling, stacked up on a fence line. They want to go south or they want to go north, but they can't because the fences won't allow it. They're trapped in this pasture. That's a visual aid, right? And you couple that with the fact that once we were able to facilitate some movement, their worm loads decreased immensely, and they were fine. Those two things together, which were unintended by monitoring, literally changed the mindsets of traditional landowners and the Trans-Pecos over a period of a few years. And suddenly, it's no problem putting new fences in. It's no problem pulling up that bottom wire. It's all over millions of acres. I mean, that quick. And that was not the intent of that monitoring effort. But that was such an impactful result, I guess, is the point. Yeah. It accidentally happened, and it was a great thing.
Yeah. And
I knew it.
I just want to point out that Pronghorn Action Working Group that Billy's talking about. I don't think that it gets enough recognition even within the state of Texas, and certainly throughout the rest of the working pronghorn states. When that project was originally started, Billy alluded to the capture myopathy, and these pronghorn are very, very stressed animals. And like Billy said, you can catch about 100 of them, you release them. And at the time when all of that initiated, I think we were losing about 25% of those pronghorn because of capture myopathy. And Texas Parks and Wildlife, BRI, the landowners, the veterinarians, we really all dived in and took a hard look at it. And we got information from all the other western states with pronghorn. And under, I usually don't give Billy a lot of credit.
He means that.
Under Billy's leadership at the top there with Texas Parks and Wildlife, we were able to knock capture mortality down from about 22% to about 8%. And that was through collaboration. I mean, we had, I don't know how many partners involved in that. And we went to, I think we hosted a pronghorn workshop in Alpine. Gosh, you're going to have to remind me, but it was like
12? 15? Was it that late?
Oh, God, I can't remember.
Well, it's when you were on board, yeah.
And Texas, and this is, I hope Mrs. Bush is still in the room, because talking about Texas pride, when we started reporting those results to the other states, knocking down capture myopathy rates from 22% to 8%, we blew every other state out of the water. I think our numbers help me on this, Billy. Hands on pronghorn times, we cut from about 8 minutes per individual from when a helicopter lands on the ground, from about 8 minutes to, I think it was 3.5 minutes. Hands on, that's collaring, treating, putting, everything that we had to do in the trailer. And every other state came to us in our action working group and said, man, can you guys share your methodology with us? So
We wrote the book. We wrote the book on capturing pronghorn for the rest of the country.
I don't think
Because of that investment. Because of that investment from the department and putting that many collars on animals. That's what did it. And that's exactly what got the landowner mindset to change too.
Yeah.
Investment up front, which by the way, it's sad that many pronghorn were dying. That's also not a good investment. If you're killing one out of 4, there's a lot of money tied up in that animal. So.
Thank you, and I think a great lesson learned and why long-term monitoring is important, and you're able, with the results like our reduction in mortality, you're able to share those and either, like you said earlier, garner funding, garner support, and I think just a great lesson learned and all the collaboration it takes to make some projects like this a reality. And we like to say at TxNature, Texas is a collaborative conservation model for the world, so great to hear that other states are learning from the work being done in Texas. And then monitoring. It can be really expensive, right? We've talked a lot about that today, and we talk a lot about it every day at our work at TxNature. But any suggestions from any of you on efficient tools or methods that provide the needed data in a cost-effective way? We touched on this a little bit with the drone versus like going out in the field, but anything to add to that conversation? Sam, we can start with you.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned, there's new data sets coming out every year. We try to keep up to date on the latest research so that we're understanding what new tools are out there. One that I've come across recently is called the Rangeland Analysis Platform. And this is a really incredible tool. What they did is they They looked at the past catalog of Landsat and Sentinel imagery and actually classified based on 82,000 ground plots. Basically, they looked at the western states from those 82,000 plots and used that as training for a machine learning model to classify vegetation types from imagery. And so from 2015 on, you can get 10-meter imagery that will single out invasive annual grasses, native perennial grasses, pinyon juniper encroachment. And tools like that, I think, are just going to become the norm. Once we learn to trust them, and this is something that's been validated by 82,000 ground plots, once we learn to trust them more, we can really eliminate a lot of the need for on-the-ground sampling by using these data sets, and especially if we give ourselves a long enough monitoring period, multiple years, to allow for this new imagery to come out, to allow for multiple years so that we can account for things like a bad drought that may affect your NDVI and your greenness, but then you get a couple years later and you've returned back to your normal cycle. Tools like the rangeland analysis platform, I think, are really going to become the future of monitoring, low-cost monitoring.
I will say from an education standpoint that, we are also at Borderlands Research Institute, we're also part of Sol Ross's natural resource management program, and we're turning out, conservation professionals every year. We recognize that too, and we want to incorporate it, but we're still going to make them get out and get their hands dirty. We're still going to make them get out and collect grasses and plants and still, because so they can see, right? And you want to do the same. You want to go out there and take a look at it as well. So anyway, that's not going away.
Travis, any tools or methods that y'all are using just to get the data in a cost-effective way?
I think everything that Sam and Billy are doing are the building and developing and sort of testing the tools that the industry can use, when it's necessary and needed. I think we rely on all this, but there's so much change happening, and there's so many things that are better that we're not necessarily on the cutting edge of, and honestly, not expected to be so. But it's exciting to hear that these things are being developed and they're being put forth, and they're practical to be used by, I think, folks within our industry and organizations.
Great. And then as we're talking about the cost of monitoring budgets, building the business case for conservation, Travis, would just love your insights on, as your work at Apache and making conservation operational assessment or investment, what do you wish conservation NGOs or the projects you work with or landowners understood about your business or decision-making projects when it comes to investing to on-the-ground projects?
I think having realistic expectations on results is important. I think there's, when we develop these projects and we're trying to, I think, figure out what's best for the land in the area in which we're trying to return, it's important that, we're all on the same page and developing the right expectations and the right priorities and expectations across all sides. So I think it's pragmatic solutions, it's things that are cost effective, it's things that are durable over time. I think that durability is going to lead to success, across all different companies.
Great. And then, Billy, kind of want to flip that question to you as well. What do you wish industry, as a conservation organization that's developing projects, what do you wish industry better understood about on-the-ground conservation work taking place and the budget needed to deliver the work on the ground?
Well, we work with such good partners. I think it's all been pretty easy so far. I think that like I mentioned before, is understanding why I'm asking for extra capacity to monitor, to really monitor and publish, right? So we can share that information with other conservation partners, other industries partners, and make sure that it gets out there. That's something that's on the budget. It may not always look real important, but it really is. And I'm really, this is me realizing that through not getting it done in the past. I'm going to try my best not to let that happen for future grant or gift opportunities, to make sure that there's a line item in the budget for us making sure that we do monitor and we do record and we put it in a format that's understandable to the general public and our practitioners.
Thank you, Billy. And for the conservation orgs in the crowd, we've had great conservation partner meetings recently on measuring what matters and building budgets. So we have recordings of all of those, which are great resources. So making sure that you have all those line items in place on your budget to make sure that you can monitor everything and pay the people to monitor. But we'll start wrapping up here just with a quick lightning round. So we'll go with each of you, but what's one thing, tool, or process you recommend the audience to look at to transform their project implementation and progress evaluation? Sam, we'll start with you.
I think one thing is drones. They're really becoming a lot more inexpensive, and the training is available, and you can really cover a lot of land. You can even create 3D models to bring back to your office and walk through and do a virtual site walkthrough. That's been one of the most powerful tools that we've been using in the past few years.
He stole mine. He really did. That's where I was going. I think that's what we've realized that with our increase in drone capacity at Sol Ross, at BRI, is that, that is a really good way. It's that intermediary, right, between doing on-the-ground veg surveys and Landsat analysis. If you could sit there and have that drone can give you some real good information real quick. We're utilizing them actually for like aerial application of herbicide now. Some of these agricultural drones where we can map out ahead of time, and we're going to try to go out and kill a lot of mesquite or something, but if we've got some desirable oaks or something else in there, we want to go ahead and miss those, so the drone will miss them. They do fly, and they do run into stuff, and they sometimes come down, but still, they're a big tool, great tool. Thanks for serving that up. We didn't talk about that at the time.
I think for us, when it comes to reclamation remediation, the satellite imagery has been really useful for us. In oil and gas, you do a lot of land clearing, but you don't necessarily know what's been cleared 30 years ago because it could have been pushed back over. So getting a little bit of historical analysis on what used to be there 30, 35 years ago has been pretty important for us to understand causes, identify potential release points and different things like that to help us do reclamation remediation when needed. And then in terms of processes, we do not have the same expertise as Billy and Sam within our organization. So we lean heavily on these folks for their technical expertise, no doubt. And we're leaning on them to tell us what's best. Yeah. And that's important to us.
Yeah. Great, and a lot of the tools y'all are recommending, again, they save time and they save money, which is a big thing when you're working in these large landscapes. But I have a few minutes left, but to wrap up, just want to echo some of the sentiments from our discussion today. So echoing Robert from the last panel, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. We can't do our work without working with our partners, whether they're in our backyards or in different states. I mean, a lot of other folks in North America or across the world are facing similar challenges or lessons learned. So just encourage y'all to reach out to folks within your industry or outside your industry to collaborate with others. And the work that all of conservation organizations are doing across Texas is so valuable, but we can't understand our impacts right if we don't monitor on-the-ground data to show that what we are doing is valuable. And to Billy's point, if you're able to show the value of your work, the outcomes, you're able to go and say, this work, replenishes this much water, or it, increases the biodiversity of this, type of wildlife or this habitat, and you're able to go and seek funding, whether that's from folks like, Travis, and that project may become a part of their standard operating procedures, like the work that you're doing. So they're putting this habitat on the ground as they're working. So I think just all the work that we're doing has great ripple effects, but it doesn't happen unless we're all talking to each other and sharing these lessons learned and evaluating our progress along the way so we can understand, again, what works, what doesn't work, and then we can go back and adaptively manage those projects. And whether that's changing a process or changing a partnership or bringing in a new partner to build on that project. So thank you guys for your time today. It's a wonderful discussion, and I think we have a few minutes left, but are we good to go? Okay, awesome. Well, thank you guys.
Good job. Yeah, good job. Well done, dude. Good job. Thank you. Hey, good job, man.
All my life, I've been associated with some sort of earth science interest. What I've found is a therapy that comes from being outside.
To me, being outside is restorative. It makes me feel like I am one with nature. I found that developing a community of naturalists encourages all of us really to fall in love with nature. And when we fall in love with nature, we protect what we love, right?
My name is Mike Farley.
My name is Cynthia Chrysler. My name is Sonia Koshorik. I'm a Texas Master Naturalist. I am a Texas Master Naturalist.
I'm a Texas Master Naturalist.
The Texas Master Naturalist Program is a volunteer training and development program. We train our volunteers to assist us in the field, doing outreach, education, stewardship projects, research, and give back to conservation.
So Texas natural resources are under an increasing amount of pressure. With thousands of folks moving to Texas on a daily basis, we have a need for management of these ever-changing resources, needs for conservation education to our public, and so the Texas Master Naturalist Program is here and ready to serve that changing Texas.
The Texas Master Naturalist Program has trained more than 17,000 volunteers across the state during its 25-plus year time frame. These volunteers exist in chapters across the state that are as diverse as the ecological regions and communities that they serve.
They've discovered new species of wolf spiders and plants, and they're often some of the first people to spot invasive species, so we can be on the forefront of making sure that those don't spread.
Anybody can be a volunteer, but in the Master Naturalist Program, they train you to be more knowledgeable, to be a better volunteer.
Ornithology, natural resource management, local plant ecosystems, citizen science, and how to engage in the conservation of those species that they're learning about. We have over 45 chapters, and our Master Naturalists do everything.
As one person who works roughly 50 hours a week, there's only so many projects that I can do and see to fruition. But when we put together a group of 167 plus volunteers, that impact is magnified exponentially.
Being a Master Naturalist, of course, it's supposed to be giving back to your community, but it's a lot more than that. And the more people that understand what's happening in the world, the better off it is.
Different people come to the program for different reasons. Overall, they want to learn more, they want to make a difference, they want to meet like-minded people. And so if I could sum up Master Naturalists in just one word, it's passion.
I think one of my favorite things about the program is I'm a lifelong learner surrounded by lifelong learners. That's one of their best ways how they engage the public. They make the natural world and the creepy crawly things that people might not even like sound interesting and sound fun.
Many of us adults, we've forgotten that there's a whole system out here that takes care of us and that we, in turn, must take care of it. The training began, it was intensive, it was fun, and I haven't stopped.
I think it's humbling to see that the special piece that so many people take away from the Master Naturalist Program is the community relationships, is the people, it's the family that they found. So many of our conservation community partners need volunteers. They have a capacity need, and our Texas Master Naturalist volunteers are here and ready to serve that purpose.
All right, well, thank you again to Taylor and Travis and Billy and Sam for sharing your insights and being willing to dive into lessons learned, what hasn't worked, and very excited to apply some of those lessons as we leave here today. So we are going into a quick break. We'll get back together in about 30 minutes, so we'll restart at 3 o'clock. There's snacks and beverages right outside the door, so enjoy, and I will see you back here at 3. Don't forget, there are resources available at the QR codes, and there should be signs out there if you're looking for resources from the last discussion.
Where does our water come from? When we get a bunch of rain, that's what we need, but that water evaporates away so fast. The reality is, for all of us who live on the high plains, our water comes from underground. Every single one of our communities is sustained by groundwater. The problem is, it is not infinite. The water table has declined dramatically. We're taking a lot more out of the aquifer than is going back in. And so, what can we do? We're in the bottom of West Amarillo Creek at Wildcat Bluff. When it rains, that water comes down the creek and it flows downstream this direction. And it used to kind of flash over the ground, like it was here and then it's gone. In a matter of hours, it's like dry again. But we built a bunch of these leaky dams, these like natural infrastructure. And the whole point, we're trying to slow the water down and like spread it out. We wanted to take days or weeks or months for the water to leave the property. We want to like slow it down and get as much as we can. So it is just a pile of brush, and it's one way of recharging the aquifer. Come on, I'll show you.
The flyover zone that we live in serves a really important purpose, and that is providing people with their daily nutrition, their food that they live on. If we don't manage the rainfall in this area and catch the rainfall in this area, food supplies become an issue. In the past, when it hit the ground, the water automatically went in the ground, and only a piece of it ran off down the road. Today, between concrete and land use changes, that water doesn't have anywhere to go but downhill. So it's like a tin roof effect. It just hits the ground and it runs right off the roof and runs off to somewhere else. When that's gone, we never get that back again.
So how do you get more water in an aquifer? The answer is you work with the land, not against it.
That's what the landscape rehydration structures do. They help bring life back to the land.
Behind me is Wildcat Bluff, so whenever it rains, the rain that falls on the road puddles up further down and causes a bunch of problems. We recognize this, and we built some little diversions, like a speed bump. And so stormwater comes down, it's stopped, and then it's diverted to the side. And so we divert the runoff into the pit, and the water soaks in the ground. We added some compost and planted a bunch of seedlings. And thinking is, we can use this water from the road that was causing problems to sustain like a little forest. It's one of those, like, kind of just an experiment that we did, but it's working excellent this year. Simply put, it means more water for plants, animals, and us. Wildcat Bluff is so special because this is an example that's relevant to a whole lot of country. I can talk to somebody in western Kansas or even Wyoming, and we have this common interest in this aquifer system. We do a lot of guided hikes, a lot of field trips. It gives an opportunity for like engagement with the environment and also natural science education. We have these scientific papers from around the world of successful landscape rehydration, but like that's not going to change anything. People need to see it. The reason we do this work is because it empowers others to go out and do it themselves, and that's really what we hope for. My whole life, the landscape has gotten drier, and the message has been, it's inevitable. Our work exists to fight that narrative. It's small scale, it's inexpensive, and it's just it's a highly effective way of recovering ecosystem function.
Anything you can do to slow that water down at a higher level improves water capture in the region. Just a shovel and some rocks and a little bit of time. People can do a lot of good with it.
Our goal is to slow, spread, and soak stormwater. Our message is a hopeful one. This is Texas, and we need to step up. This is something that we're sharing in hopes that other people do it too. We're going to show you that like you can do something about it because we're doing it.
Well, welcome back, everyone. At the risk of losing the entire room to shuffling through your things, if you've lost a phone, it will be at the registration table. No need to dig through things now, we got it. But if there's anything you've set down and forgotten, please just look at the registration table as you leave, because it will be there. All right, so final discussion of the day. Very excited to really dive into reporting and educating stakeholders. We've talked through setting goals, evaluating opportunities, implementing programs, monitoring progress, setting up partnerships. And now it's time to tie all of this together. So once you've gotten all of that set up right, how do you report the results of what you've done and then put that back into a feedback loop so that you can make it part of your decision structure moving forward and so that you can continue to build on that success? So as always, we started with questions when we were planning for this discussion. And some of the top ones were, what will it take to consider conservation as operations critical versus a feel-good story? I'm excited to touch on that very specifically with the next presentations. How do we align conservation projects to rapidly growing sustainability efforts in supply chain, community engagement, workforce engagement, and workforce health? I know I heard from some of the business members at lunch today, that's really top of mind and something they were excited to dive into. Is they have these things that feel disconnected, but how do we come together with a strategy that integrates all of this that we're looking at? How do we align internal and external stakeholders in their understanding and acceptance of the work? And again, while these are guiding questions for all of the discussions that we've had, they are particularly relevant to reporting and educating because of the impact on that operational piece that we continue to talk about today. So we chose this discussion to wrap up the day because we often hear from our business members that they're doing great work, but they don't know how to tell the story, externally or internally. Externally, they don't want to be accused of greenwashing. Internally, they want to make sure that they're being cost effective and that they are being good business minds with the things that they're investing in. Yeah. And then from our conservation partners, we hear a struggle about how to make learnings and information accessible to all, or how to plan for these as part of the overall budget. We've touched on this in the previous discussions as far as the money's there for digging the dirt, but what about this really important piece of actually reporting out the results so that we can spur more activity moving forward? So I'm really excited. Some of my favorite people are on the stage today. We have Anaí Villarreal, Manager of Sustainability and Environmental Affairs at HEB. We've been working with Anaí for a few years through many initiatives actually, but particularly Trees for Texans. We have Marketing Director at Texan by Nature, Karina Araujo. You see all of her team's work on social media. And then we have Ed Pinero, the president and founder of Ecometrics, who has been instrumental in our efforts to produce return on conservation index reports, really to dig into data for our return on conservation report as well. And they are all at the forefront of reporting in new and transparent ways and tying everything back to data and to economics. So super excited for you guys to learn from them. Anaí, we'll let you kick it off.
Awesome. Thank you, Joni, the Texan by Nature staff, and Mrs. Bush for bringing us all together for such an inspiring day. I know that I've already learned so much, and I can't wait to continue learning with you after the session. Like Joni said, my name is Anaí, and I've been with HEB for 8 years. But today I have the great honor and privilege of representing over 170,000 partners, or what we call employees, who care deeply about conservation in Texas. Now, I want to start off by sharing the main takeaway of our conversation, and that is the right partnerships yield powerful results. And honestly, our partnership with Texan by Nature is delivering on those powerful results. And we all share a great love for this state. And I think that is one thing that unites us all in this room. And as a Texas-born and bred company, we couldn't agree more. And that is what Our Texas, Our Future is all about. It is our commitment to ensuring that our state will be just as great 100 years from now as it is today. And we do this first by looking inward at our business operations to improve how we source our product, how we handle our recycling, how we manage our surplus food, to how we invest in renewable energy. And we also do this by addressing the environmental impacts of our business by partnering with philanthropic partnerships that focus on conservation. We partner with hundreds of nonprofits and organizations across the state, many of whom are in this room today, that share that same love and vision for Texas. Now, we can go over and talk a lot about programs and conservations. I want to focus on one program, the Trees for Texans program. And while this program officially started in partnership with Texan by Nature in 2023, I'm proud to say that HEB has been supporting tree plantings long before we had this fancy logo. And what we realized is that we needed to capture data, right? We needed data to really help us understand what we were doing and where we needed to go. And so that's why today I'm so proud to be here on stage and sharing this information with others, is because we're operating Trees for Texans as a science-based, data-informed program that brings that transparency front and center with a public dashboard that can be visible on the OurTexasOurFuture.com website for our customers and stakeholders to view. Let's take a quick look at this video that brings this program to life.
Trees play an important role in the overall health of our communities. They purify our air, they make our water cleaner, and they make our outdoor environment cooler and much more enjoyable in these hot Texas summers. One of the issues Texas communities are dealing with is what's called the heat island effect. That's where temperatures in the urban environment are actually higher than they are in areas with more tree cover. We can reduce the heat island effect with a healthier tree canopy, and that means more native trees. That's why HEB is launching the Trees for Texans program. By planting trees at our schools and our neighborhoods, we can lower urban extreme heat by up to 7 degrees. We're so fortunate to have the support and leadership of Texan by Nature, and we're so excited about the real impacts we're going to be able to make through Trees for Texans.
Now, I love personally when people come together to plant trees. So a show of hands, who wants to go plant a tree after this conference? Perfect, everyone's hand should be up. You know, our program, we consider our program into 3 things. And we've really attributed these things to our success of the program. We have clearly defined program branches, we have expert program administrators, and we also have transparent reporting. Our 3 clearly defined program branches, no pun intended here, is that we have 4 schools, 4 communities, and 4 future that run independently from one another to ensure we can spread that wealth and knowledge of trees across the entire state. Our 4 schools branch of the program represents our commitment to plant trees at schools near a new HEB store. And we do this by looking at a heat map and selecting a school that can benefit the most from increased tree canopy. Our 4 communities branch of the program ensures that we add vital tree canopy across the entire state. And we invite nonprofits and organizations alike to apply for a $5,000 grant to plant trees in their communities. And lastly, the 4 future branch. This adds vital reforestation across the entire Texas for future generations to benefit from. And as you can see here, here's some of our partners or employees actively volunteering near South Texas. Our second component of success is really partnering with the right stakeholders. And our partnerships with Texan by Nature, the Texas A&M Forest Service, Arbor Day Foundation, and Brightview really ensures that we can plant trees at the right places, at the right time, and that these trees that we're planting on the ground will have ongoing care beyond day one. And lastly, our third component of success is having transparent reporting. And when we capture and present data in a unified way, we're able to bring conservation as an operational discussion with our leaders, but it also allows us to earn that trust from our stakeholders. And I'm proud to say that to date, HEB has planted nearly 250,000 trees across the state of Texas. Yeah. But of course, a successful program doesn't happen from day to night. There has been multiple lessons learned, multiple continuous process improvements that we've had to, pivot against. But when I said earlier that the right partnerships yield powerful results, it is because we had a history of trying to do all the work ourselves. And we realized that by collaborating and working with experts that make us smarter and better, we're able to achieve a much impactful program. With Texan by Nature, they bring in their amazing program management and grant-making opportunities to the table. With the Texas A&M Forest Service, we now have native tree species experts on our team. And with Brightview, we can ensure that all the trees that we plant in our schools have adequate irrigation in place. All of this, while HEB, we lean on our own understanding of how to run a business so that we can keep consistent funding available to partnerships and conservations across the state. So, my recommendation for business leaders looking to activate strategic conservation programs is to think holistically and understand where your business impacts the environment and how it depends on it. Because once you know those items, you're going to want to protect those. But most importantly, remember that the right partnerships yield powerful results.
Howdy, y'all. Howdy, howdy. I'm Karina Araujo. I'm the marketing director at Texan by Nature. And real quick before I start, we called each other last week to match. So I'm the tree trunk and they're the leaves. All right. Well, Texan by Nature exists to advance conservation, and one of the ways that we achieve our mission is through custom projects like the one that Anaí just talked about. We are a strategic partner for business, and we connect conservation to operational goals. Our internationally recognized portfolio of projects includes projects that deliver measurable impact, economic impact, and social impact. A couple of examples of our work include the NRG Dewey Prairie Garden, and y'all are gonna love this. This was a reclaimed coal mine turned service garden that provides fresh produce to 3,000 people in a Texas food desert.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
The EOG resources study that evaluated the return on investment and social return on investment for native restorations on oil and gas rights of way, and the Trees for Texans project. So what were we trying to achieve with this project? We knew this was going to be a statewide tree planting campaign. It was going to benefit Texas's natural landscapes, our water, our wildlife, while offsetting construction impact. But as HEB's strategic partner, what Texan by Nature wanted to deliver was a science-based project that was solving a real conservation challenge. We wanted it to be aligned to HEB's operational goals and also authentic to their brand because they're so iconic. We wanted proof of impact with hard data and best-in-class reporting. We wanted to engage HEB's employees and the community to make the project visible and lasting. And lastly, to add capacity to HEB's team by managing the implementation and the reporting of the project, and also standardizing their approach to future conservation initiatives. So some key components that made this project so successful: everything about this project was rooted in data. That's why you see those roots there. It's a visual cue. And everything was aligned to their operational goals, their brand. We used GIS mapping, as Anaí mentioned, to pinpoint the hottest parts of the cities so that we were putting trees where they would cool areas the most. We also used socioeconomic insights while we were selecting who was going to get these grants, so that we were prioritizing schools and communities most vulnerable to environmental stress. We prioritized clear and accessible communication. You remember we went back and forth with iteration. No, it needs to be simpler. And what if they don't understand it? And we're constantly iterating, making sure that both internal and external stakeholders understood the purpose and the impact of the project. On the business side, this is how it connects to your operational goals. On the community side, this is how it improves your life. That was very important to us. And then we made the publicly available reporting dashboard. We wanted it to be visible, to be transparent. And then lastly, as Anaí mentioned, those strategic partnerships. We worked with Texas A&M Forest Service, who's in our conservation partner network. And we leveraged this connection. They let us know what trees needed to go where based on water, based on soil availability. Again, this expertise that, that's not our expertise. So leverage those partnerships. A few lessons learned. The first one, community engagement takes many, many touch points. When you think about working with communities, working with schools, there are layers and layers and layers of decision makers. So you can think of school boards, administrators, teachers, maintenance teams at schools. They all have their own priorities. So we identified these players early, and we tailored all of our communications to speak to them directly and answer the questions that each of them had. The second one, operational flexibility is essential. We started off planting 45-gallon trees because they're so impressive and cool, but they're very hard to plant. And actually, 15-gallon trees are cheaper to transport. They reestablish in the soil better, so we made that change. Another change that we made, we found out that our volunteers wanted to dig the holes themselves. We were actually pre-digging sites, so they took that off our plate. Thank you. And then lastly, timing matters. This is a cyclical program. So we sync our outreach, our grant applications, the awarding of the grant applications to the planting season in Texas. So we're in sync with nature here. And then lastly, recommendations for others that want to do similar projects. Number one, understand your partner's goals and define those success metrics early together. The second one would be pre-communicate expectations. You saw that data dashboard, and it's amazing that we're able to pull all of these numbers, but this was pre-communicated to everybody that received a grant. They know exactly the data they need to collect. They know exactly the photos they need to take. That's how I have these really cool photos. And we make the collection of the data and the storytelling very simple and easy to follow. And then lastly, tell your story creatively. Go beyond trees were planted in the fall. Think about it in terms of community pride and identity. If you want to find out what native tree you are based on your birthday, you can find some social media posts about that we use to keep this program running year-round through digital touchpoints and social media. And I just personally think that there are infinite ways that you can connect your conservation work to people on a personal level. And that's all for me, y'all.
So good afternoon. Very glad to be here again. I've come to many of these events, and it's always an honor to be here. Thank you, Mrs. Bush and Joni and the team here. So I'm what's considered in this planning for this panel the relevant third party, in the sense that we're not a project or a location. We are a partner to projects. Because our role at Ecometrics, we're the keepers of the methodology by that name, is to essentially measure the full value creation of nature-based projects. And we do that by identifying, quantifying, and putting a monetary value on the economic, environmental, and social aspects of a project. We worked with Texan by Nature on the EOG resources, native grasses versus non-native grasses project that was mentioned, and we've been helping the Texan by Nature over the last few years with the return on conservation index to give you a sense of what the results look like. So that's what we do. That's who we are. So why are we messing with this? Why are we doing this? So there are two main reasons for this kind of information. And when you're the last panel, but you have to have all your stuff ready in advance, you're wondering, one of two things can happen. I'm going to be perfectly aligned with the day, or I'm going to be totally off and I messed everything up. So fortunately, everything lines up nicely, because this concept of nature-based solution valuation serves the purpose of communicating and reporting, telling a compelling story, and helping make the financial business case. So we've been saying that all day. The concept of valuation, though, it finishes the equation. You talk about investment and you have very tight data on that. You know exactly to the dollar what you're investing. But when you're talking about the benefits of conservation and dealing with nature-based solutions, it gets a little bit fuzzier, and you can't take it to that. So what this concept tries to do is to make it dollars to dollars. So it's useful for communication and reporting, but it's also critically important to make the financial case, because if you don't make the business case, you have nothing to report or communicate. So it all ties together. So some concepts, some things we learned on formulas for success. And by the way, even though we are essentially a consulting firm, we were not created by the consulting community or the think tanks. We were created by a restoration and conservation nonprofit who was doing coastal restoration in Louisiana. The reason this methodology was formed and this concept of ecosystem service valuation was applied here is to make the business case to get investment to do the restoration. Their goal was restoring 1 million acres of damaged forest in the lower Mississippi River Basin. You can imagine the amount of money it's going to take to do that. You're not going to put it together with CSR budgets. I used to be the senior VP for sustainability for a multinational corporation, and my entire sustainability budget was not as big as the pickup truck maintenance budget for our water treatment field operation. So it gives you a sense. So anyway, we have to look at nature and conservation through, if we want to talk about the return on conservation and the value of conservation, investing in it, you need that Rosetta Stone that converts nature to dollars and back, so that you can be able to say, this is why I'm investing in this, because this is a return. But it's got to be verifiable, it's got to be reproducible, it's got to be credible. It can't be black box, it can't be wishy-washy. And it's got to be practical, efficient, and doable. If it's 10 years, $50 million research project, not going to happen. It might be a research paper somewhere, but you're not going to be able to use it to make business decisions. So we learned some lessons along the way. Big one, we're not valuing nature. We're valuing the goods and services that ecosystems and nature provides. The biggest showstopper we ran into is making it sound like we're putting a dollar figure on a fish or a tree. Not doing that. But there's value that's relevant for that, which you can value because you could relate it to other things and services. Recognizing time frames and spatial scales, everything is not going to happen in the first quarter. Nature works at its own pace. You got to think holistically, and there's some great stories today about people thinking holistically, that environmental conservation and solutions provide many, many, many benefits. I've been doing this for a long time, and it's very hard to find a project that's a nature-based project, that's a conservation project that only has one benefit or two benefits. You may only be caring about one or two, but there's many, many benefits that go with that. The biggest thing that we also ran into is making the case for making the case. And what I mean by that is, our biggest challenge to get to do this kind of work is not, oh, there's a million people that do it, why should we pick you? It's more, why do I need that? Why do I need that information? How is that going to help me? So that making the case for making the case was an issue. And some final recommendations: be open-minded to the idea of conservation and valuation. Don't worry, talk dollars about nature, it's okay. You're not diminishing it, you're not cheapening it, it's part of the dialogue. Be inquisitive about the case for nature and conservation. Don't just write it off as this monolith and that's it. Dig into it, find out what all the benefits are, because then you can really start to tease out what the benefits, what the value really is. And don't assume nature has low ROI, a return on investment. It's very efficient, very productive. Nature's been at this for, I'm a geologist, I think in billions of years. Nature's been at this for a long time, it knows what it's doing. So give it credit. So my closing comment, for conservation to be considered operations critical, it has to be couched in operations critical terms. And that's where this whole valuation story comes in. Thanks.
Annie, we'll start with you. Why does HEB consider conservation partnerships and projects a strategic investment?
Yeah, thank you, Joni. That's a very good question. And I want to bring up the point which I talked about earlier in my introduction. We want our state to be just as great 100 years from now as it is today, right? And we depend on nature to run our business. And as an ag-dependent business who is providing, food and groceries to our customers, ultimately, we depend on nature to do its thing, and we need to take care of it. And I've always liked to go think about if there's a healthy and vibrant environment, then that's good for Texas. And what's good for Texas, it's good for our business.
Has this changed over the years? So you've been at HEB for 8 years, and y'all are taking the long view. You want it to be the same 100 years from now. Has this thinking changed, or have you seen the internal messaging change over the last 8 years to really embrace this?
Yeah, I think, we've been lucky enough to be owned and operated by the same family for 120 years. And when you think about running a strategic business and giving back to a community, it kind of has become part of our DNA, right? And what we're seeing now is that, yes, we've invested in our community investments. Historically, we are huge supporters of public education. We support other diverse categories and funding to our military, to supporting hunger relief initiatives. And what we're doing now is really elevating those environmental programs to that same maturity, because we know that it's important to continue to conserve and protect Texas.
Wonderful. Yeah. Do you guys use, you mentioned a lot of stakeholders in that, and I think it's obvious that you look at internal and external stakeholders when you're taking this long view of success. But do you use any particular tools or processes in gathering feedback from your internal or your external stakeholders?
Yes, for internal stakeholders, if I may just answer that part of that question, we value what our customers or our partners are saying to us, right? What do they want more? And when our partners are younger, younger employees, we're starting to see this trend, right, in conservation, where more and more of this younger generation is caring more about the environment. And they come to HEB, to work, get the paycheck and whatever, but they want something meaningful out of their work. And I think a lot of us can relate with that sentiment, is that we want to be proud of the work that we're doing. We want to be proud of the company that we work with. And so for us to get that feedback, we've heard that they, truly enjoy volunteering experiences. And so it's our duty and my job to provide those volunteering experiences for our partners, because that's what makes them feel, it's part of their commitment to giving back as well.
Gotcha. And then on the external side, is there any tool or process that you guys are using recently that you would recommend to the audience?
Yes, I think for our external stakeholders, either or for nonprofits, for example, I think a lot of them know how to reach me, so we'll start with that. But it's always interesting to, have our nonprofits come to us and ask us how can they do better for HEB, and really we put that on, how can we collaborate together, right? And so with our nonprofit groups, it's really allowing us an opportunity to have that conversation. So their feedback isn't just feedback that goes into an empty mailbox and no one sees. It's feedback that we're taking into consideration on how we're going to use that to create the new funding opportunity, or maybe to create that new funding program. And for our customers, the same thing. You know, we have our customer support at HEB access available so that our customers can really tell us what their concerns are, how HEB can better, and how we can continue to meet their needs.
Wonderful. Yeah. And Karina and Ed, I want to take this similar with you guys because you approach stakeholder feedback very differently, right? So I'd like to understand, one, tools and processes that you're finding successful in gathering stakeholder feedback, and then why that matters. How are you using that in the results reporting and the education? Karina, you want to go first?
Yeah. So I guess it depends who we're talking to, right? So if it's a new partner, a new business member, we use a lot of publicly available data. We like to do pre-stakeholder feedback, right? Before we talk to them, research what's available. I always tell conservation partners, like, look at their sustainability report, read through their strategies and find out what their priorities are. And then by finding out, you know, where their geography, where their operations are, you might find, you know, barriers, opportunities, so that you come to the conversation already with some juice, I would say. And then with our ongoing relationships with current business members and conservation partners, it's all conversation. I mean, I think that you can look at a lot of data and you can put in those quantitative inputs, but until you have conversations, as Ed mentioned in the previous panel, from like bottom up, then that's where the real insights come in. So we do that a lot continuously throughout the year. TxWAC is a good example of that, where these conversations are happening bi-monthly, and you're hearing, you know, leaders in sustainability, leaders in conservation, and their barriers and how they got through them, and those are insights that you can take in and use in your own organizations. And then more broadly, social media, you know, we have a lot of, we call them engagement prompts that we use in our social media. So we're inviting conversation, we're inviting feedback and dialogue so that we can get information from, you know, what's happening on the ground. And that has informed a lot of new things that we didn't know that were happening, for example, in El Paso. I wouldn't have known that because I'm in the Rio Grande Valley. My team members are in Austin. So don't underestimate the power of people on the ground, because yes, they're on social media and we can disregard that, but they're also in real life and they have jobs and they live in our communities. So definitely invite dialogue and get some feedback from there.
These are excellent points. And for this concept of valuation of these benefits, it's two extremes. You have very specific methodologies to quantify and value each benefit, whether it's water retention, social return on investment, cultural value, whatever. But the other extreme, the other tool, which is cross-cutting, which fits beautifully with this, is underpinning this identify, quantify, and value process is identification of those benefits, and that's done through stakeholder engagement.
Yeah.
And the tool that we use, and it's based on a variety of different sources, but it's really working with stakeholders early on to find out, what does this all mean to you? What do you expect to change? What's different? What do you see as a value, not value? And converting that almost anecdotal conversation into tangible, quantifiable process. So it seems interesting because everybody has made the same comment that an underlying approach is engaging with the stakeholders. To us, it's our feed. It's our feed and information to our process.
And you're doing all of that through conversation, Ed. You're not utilizing typically surveys or technology to do that?
It's a good question. We actually do it all. Everything from online, self-driven, like Google survey kind of a thing, to collective workshops where we pull together groups of stakeholders and we spend a couple hours, half a day, talking through. We're looking at big maps of the project. People putting little stickies down, and I used to fish there, I used to hunt there. So we have that conversational part of it. We're collecting all that information and then just kind of processing it. So.
Wonderful. So one thing that we see with our business members and our conservation partners alike, people like to use surveys, but a lot of times they have the questions, but they don't go to the end of the process and think about, okay, so if they answer the question in this way, or this way, what am I going to do with that data? And thinking about it from that back end of, well, what am I going to change? Is this really a question that's being asked in the right way? Or is this going to give me something that's going to have 5 more questions? And so do I need to go ahead and have those 5 questions in the survey as well? That's something that we've seen internally at Texan by Nature, because you've all been on the receiving end of our surveys after the summit. If you're in the partner program, we were constantly looking for stakeholder feedback. But that's the one thing, I think, thinking about what are you trying to do with that feedback? What are you trying to build? As Ed put it, it's that underlying foundation that you're putting back in. So if you need the data stream in a certain way or the information in a certain way, making sure that's coming together in the way that you had hoped, and you're not getting something you can't use after the fact.
Joni, I have something to add, and it's a very specific example to something you mentioned in your presentation, Ed, how clearly communicate that you're not trying to put, a dollar sign on a fish. You're trying to quantify the ecosystem service. And one thing that we found out through social media, when we released the Return on Conservation report, that was like immediate feedback that we received, and people were like, well, you shouldn't be putting a dollar value on nature and all of these things. But our team, we're constantly paying attention to this feedback. And so we're like, I get it. I get that concern. So next time around, we use that insight, and when we talked about it, we said there are things in nature that are immeasurable, like a fluffy bobcat tail. Like you can't put a price on that. It's beautiful, it's amazing. But there are things that the bobcat provides, right? And that the forest provides that you can, and that they're good for our society as a whole. So that was a real quick lesson learned.
and a quick adaptation.
Yes.
So back to that flexibility. So moving on, Ed, what do you see as the biggest barriers in aligning conservation investment and outcomes to operational goals?
I would say the biggest barrier is that these discussions, when they occur in an organization, are not necessarily at conflict with each other, but they're operating in parallel. So there's operational goals, discussions, how am I going to invest in that, what am I looking for, and then there's my investment in conservation, my role with nature. Maybe one of my operational goals is to invest in conservation, but the connection of those ecosystem goods and services actually support my operational goals. So they are another supply chain in a way. And again, I know a lot of people hear that and it's like, what a horrible way to talk about nature. And that's not what, the point is, it's providing these goods and services, and the more you think of it that way, the more you see the value of it. One last comment on where this tool came from was, I talked about the restoration and a conservation group that was working in the lower Mississippi. The #1 driver that got these, and these are the big petrochemical energy companies operate in that area. So that's who they were going to for the investment, to do tens of thousands of acres of restoration. What got the investment was, yes, this is a great thing to do. We do want to plant trees or whatever, but it's a whole lot cheaper to keep that storm surge out there and not wiping out our $1.1 trillion of energy infrastructure that's along this Gulf Coast, as compared to building a big giant wall from end to end. So that connection between the service that's provided and how that meets an operational need, whether it's revenue, profitability, or risk mitigation, that's a big connection that right now it serves as a barrier, but it's a great opportunity to really break loose.
Are you seeing any tools or standards or frameworks that are helping bridge that gap today?
Yeah, interestingly enough, there's a lot of science and technical stuff around it, but I think one of the biggest things that I'm seeing happening is the dialogue that allows that discussion to happen, where you're sitting and talking about, if you're the conservation project, you're talking in this context of water retention, water quality improvement, flood protection, community enhancement, economic development. In the same context, you're talking about, don't you want to be the one that plants 100 trees, kind of a thing? You know, you want to mix it in so that every part of the company or whoever it is doing the investment, everybody sees a role for them in it. And whether they're operations, whether they're the risk management team, whether they're the insurance, whether they are the CSR team, doesn't matter. Everybody sees that they have a little piece of this. And when you start adding all those pieces together, you start talking about some significant resource investment.
Yeah. So Karina and Anahi, what about you guys? Are you seeing any actual specific tools or frameworks that are helping bridge the gap between operational and conservation investment, and really specific to reporting? Like, are you seeing any reporting from conservation organizations that's getting them over to that hump to deeper partnerships?
Yeah, I mean, I would echo what Urvi mentioned earlier with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the UN SDGs. That's the feedback that we get from conservation partners who receive the ROC index, which ties their project to, economic benefit and ties it to how it supports those UN SDGs. I think that's a language that business is talking right now, so I would just say that one.
Yeah, and I think, Joni, from the business side, with HEB, we know exactly how to track our sales data. We know if we're going to be using a tool or purchasing a software. We know the exact ROI from the business side, right? And what we're seeing with our philanthropic investments is that, yes, we can track how much funding we have given to our communities and across all the diverse groups that we support, public education, military, hunger relief, and now environmental initiatives. But what we're seeing is that there really isn't a single off-the-shelf tool that can really help us capture the outcomes. It's not the funding, it's the outcome of those projects and how we can strategically align. And I think that's something that we're looking for.
Yeah, that's something we actually hear from a lot of our industry members is the same. They've been peddled. I'm sure you in the audience have been peddled the various mapping all of your supply chain and all of your everything to the UN Sustainable Development Goals for $1 billion. You can get there too, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's actually really, really difficult because a lot of these functions within the organizations are operating in silos. And so the biggest issue we're seeing is that aggregation and pulling the information together around a particular framework because everyone has their own standard. We are seeing the UN SDGs as one. Audrey mentioned earlier on the water side, the volumetric water benefit accounting. I always get the words in the wrong order. You can see me after it, I'll get them right. But basically water accounting, we see those being used as the primary frameworks right now to bridge kind of nature solutions and the business aspect. So, Ani, speaking to that, because you've talked about the different groups that you've been working with and some of your internal processes as well. So how has aligning Trees for Texans to your broader goals, because that was kind of your dream for that, changed the way you approach reporting and decision making?
Yeah, that's a very deep question, but I'll start off with HB. We've always been a strategic business, and everything that we do is run with intention, right? And so with Trees for Texans, for example, we were able to bring this program, instead of being reactive, we were being proactive, right? And so now we have transparent data that really shows us what we're getting out of this program and where we still need to plant more trees, right? And that's how we're bringing this to leverage that with other philanthropic, partnerships and groups that we're doing and working with. But if you really think about it, we've been doing this with the business side as well. And so we've always approached ourselves to be in the business, to be proactive about items in Texas. And for a quick example I want to give is that if you're choosing, you want to educate your customers on recycling, for example, is that we think proactively of how can we get that across to our our customer base, right? And many of you know is we've had access to plastic bag recycling in front of our stores for so many years. And then we launched curbside, where you can now shop with us and pull up your cart. And we realized that we needed to also give the customers that opportunity to recycle plastic bags. But it even goes beyond that. Like, how can we continue to educate our customers on recycling? If recycling is your goal, you kind of identify that first, and then you start kind of working backwards, and you're more proactive about it, and you start asking yourself the questions of, okay, we're gonna do this, we need to do this, we need to do this. And that's being proactive instead of being reactive, waiting for essentially, that item to happen. And so I think for us is we are continuously gonna continue to innovate our programs and what we offer for our customers. And we're gonna do that with intention. And this time we're gonna continue to layer conservation into those decision-making processes.
I think that's so interesting because you took it back to, here's my goal, but it actually goes back to that stakeholder identification. Even if I'm looking at how Trees for Texans and aligning to broader goals, what did that look like and change the way reporting takes place? Well, it's by figuring out the who, what, when, where, why. It's who am I actually reporting this to? Why do they care? And how do I do that? And great work on that front. And then Karina, how has the Trees for Texans work changed your view on reporting and dashboards?
Well, I used to think of data collection as just like this very complex thing, and it's actually not. It's very simple as long as you agree on what those success metrics are early. And I think that was key for us developing that program. It's so simple, just, okay, this is the form that you fill out, this is the data that you enter, this is how it feeds into the dashboard. So it seems like something monumental, but it doesn't have to be. You can simplify it. And then with the dashboards, I've always known that GIS is a very powerful tool. Y'all heard Sam in the previous panel and all the incredible things that you can do with GIS. I had never seen it in a very just like front-end user presentation. You saw a picture of the dashboard in Anai's presentation. And it's so intuitive, it's so clear, it's simple to use. Anyone can hop on and you can look at where the trees are planted, who was in charge of the project, number of students impacted, and it's just very clean. So shout out to Amy Snellgrove on our team. She worked on that and she designed it just usable, clean, end user in mind.
Yeah, less is more.
Less is more.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what about any other examples, Karina? You're deeply involved with the Texan by Nature 20. Are there any other examples of industry folks who are just getting that reporting piece right?
Yeah, so you'll get to meet about 23 companies that are doing that right, but one that stood out to me this year specifically was North American Development Bank, or NAD Bank. They finance and support environmental infrastructure projects on the US-Mexico border. And if you go to their website and you click impact, they do an amazing job. It's so clean and understandable, but so rich in data. They start off broad with total investments that they've made on the US-Mexico border. And as you scroll, it starts breaking it down for you into the nitty-gritty of the populations that were impacted, the investments, the cities, and then you scroll down more and it ties it to their operational goals. They really want to impact water quality, soil, air, and so you're able to see the projects kind of tied to those pillars. They're doing a great job, so yeah, NAD Bank.
Awesome. Mm-hmm. And Ed, you've been working on this for a while, and you work with a tremendous amount of data, a lot. And so how do you see this tie between reporting and broader goals, and what are your lessons learned there for both conservation groups and industry members on how to simplify that and make it usable for decision making?
I think if I had to kind of generalize and say, what is the one thing in the space that we're in, this concept of taking it all the way to the valuation stage, is that just that, is a lot of reporting talks about, quantifies the investment, and then reports on the metrics from a quantification standpoint. So I invested $10 million and we educated 500 people, or we've planted 700 trees. So what happens in the mind is they're equating that the value creation by that investment is the investment. But we know that's not the case. We know that that investment in that conservation project has multiple times that amount of value created. You know, the Louisiana example, it's 1 to 30. And that's a conservative analysis. So what's happening is the reporting is underplaying the value of the conservation investment. But we're seeing movement in that direction, where you're seeing more organizations start to use, take it to that next step and say, we invested this much in this project and it created this much value for the community and all these stakeholders. Where we are seeing this used more widespread is internal reporting. So in other words, speaking, because this is how these departments compete for investment, dollars. So the conservation investment part of the company has to be able to speak that same way that the other departments are speaking in terms of, I need this much budget and I will create this much value. So we're seeing that more and more internally.
Yeah. And so I think it's interesting that you all said the same thing in different ways, which was take the investment not just to the outcome, but all the way to the value.
Yeah.
So whatever that looks like for your stakeholders, it's investment to the total value return. And the HEB dashboard does that. It doesn't stop at number of trees. Like, that's where it starts.
Right.
And then it breaks it out to all of the value for the work that's being done, which is really exciting.
Yeah.
And Jenny, I would argue that until you do that, you're not really speaking of return on conservation.
Right.
Yeah, because you haven't finished the equation.
Right.
Yep. I agree. Okay, so Karina, what are some things that conservation organizations could do differently when it comes to reporting their results and to educating the stakeholders to get more folks aligned with their mission and more funders at the table to increase their outcomes?
And I think a lot of people have mentioned this one before. I think Robert mentioned it in the first panel, but co-create that reporting framework. Yeah. So agree on those metrics early, decide what you're going to measure, because a lot of the time conservation organizations are measuring stuff, but it's not the metrics that matter to the business. So, you know, come to the conversation with, look, this is what we've measured in the past, but be ready to share how it's relevant to the business. It's not just ecological, you know, tie it to those business goals. Secondly, I'd say simplify your story once you have that data. One thing that our marketing team says all the time, a quote that we love, is the limits of my language are the limits of my world. And that goes not just from what you understand, but also what you communicate. So make sure that when you are communicating the data, that you're simplifying it, that you're tying it to the operations, to how it improves community life. And then lastly, and this one's my favorite, is just presentation matters. Yeah. We talk about reporting, we talk about data, but it doesn't have to live on a spreadsheet or a 20-page report. The dashboard is a perfect example of that. Like, all the data is there. Anyone on HEB's team that has not worked on this project can go in, they can pull that data and they can tell the story. And that's how you move your project beyond conservation circles. That's how you move it to somebody else advocating for that work because they understand it.
Yeah. I mean, not just our partners, but also customers, right? And that's what's really important for us. The Trees for Texans initiative was really to create this transparency for our customers and the stakeholders in which we serve. Yeah.
Ed, any additional thoughts there on the things that a conservation organization can do differently around the reporting?
I think just changing the narrative a little bit in terms of, and I know that this is not the case as much anymore as it used to be, but it used to be the argument was, or the case was, invest in our conservation project because it's the good thing. It's a good thing to do, and that's important. But behind the doors, when you're competing for that investment, it needs more substance. Yes. So I think not being afraid, as a conservation organization, not being afraid to speak as essentially a provider of goods and services. You would never mistreat, ignore resources that you use for your organization that allows you to continue to function. And so if you're depending on ecosystem services and you understand that the value they're bringing, why would you not? So conservation is just the vehicle to maintain and protect that aspect of it. And I want to, so that's my point. However, I want to comment on the bunny with the fluffy tail. So surprisingly, and I think one of the things the other conservation organizations could do is to really think broadly about the value of conservation, because that bunny with the fluffy tail, that mental health, that pride, that essentially good feeling that you get from that actually has value. There is value in that, educational value, yes. health, mental and physical health value. So even when you go to the bunny, the fluffy tail, you still can speak to investors or funders or partners on this is creating value for these stakeholders, for this community.
Yeah. So I love the visual that you gave there, and Ani and Karina talked to this a little bit earlier too, the back and forth that they had in the creation of the dashboard. And I think one thing that could help as you're working with a new partner or you're envisioning how you're going to report your value at the end is do a mock-up. So many of us are visual. Karina, yes. I think that was a direct dig at my love of spreadsheets, but she said, get out of the spreadsheet. But if you as a conservation organization have in mind that this awesome, simple way to report the value, do a mock-up so that you can show someone and then think about the capacity. We talked about that a lot today, and put it in the budget. But that visual will get you a lot farther than talking about what you think it looks like. Yeah. And then on the flip side, industry partners, if you have a specific way or visual that something needs to be, share that up front so that the conservation organization understands the direction that you're trying to go and the story you're trying to tell. And that would make a lot of those conversations very fast. So, yeah. Ani, how is the Trees for Texans program messaged across your supply chain? And is your workforce involved in that?
Yes, I honestly love this question because being part of the HEB's workforce, of course, I'm biased to really loving this program. But internally, our partners take great pride in volunteering. It's something that I think our community members feel, and we're the first ones to respond for events, organizations. But I think something that they love about working with HEB, and this is our partners from our store employees all the way to our manufacturing, warehousing, to our digital/corporate employees, is that they really love to volunteer. And so something that we do with our Trees for Texas program is we utilize some of our tools internally. Like we have what we call our internal communications website that everyone has access to. We also have a full mailing list to get partners out into our tree planting events. And what I love about it is that it's truly more, for me, it's more than that. It's really seeing how we got together to plant a tree that's gonna do something good for our environment, and you're taking a partner from the corporate space, and now they're joining, the partner from the store level is also coming, and they're getting to network and meet each other. And so when we say we're messaging across the entire company, it is because we are taking great pride of also allowing those partners to network within each other, which is in creating more passion for the environment and more passion for working with our company.
Yeah. And something that HEB did from the start is actually talk through all of that internal communication before the program was ever kicked off. Yeah. That was a lot of dialogue and bringing their marketing team to the table and bringing their store teams to the table, et cetera. And Travis alluded to this earlier as well with their Apache projects of doing the pre-work so that it's not you've done all this great work and you're like, well, why didn't anybody care? like nobody's talking about this or nobody's joining us. They did all of the work up front and followed their typical processes to make it happen.
Yeah.
Consistency. So I just probably blew your answer for your next question. But,
I'll add to it.
The consistency for your internal teams and feedback loops. How are you working with the internal teams? Because that was a big piece of this project. Everybody was doing all these tree things and nothing was coming back to a central location. So what are you doing across your functions now to get those internal data points back into one central location?
And you're talking specifically to our projects out in the community. Yeah, so again, our partnership with Texan by Nature, your team has been so instrumental in making sure that we get the data. Shout out to Kinsey, who's been amazing at partnering with nonprofits across the state. And every time that we fund an organization or a project, they already know what they're going to be asked, right? So it's not like a scope creep. It's really, look, if you're getting this grant, we would love to support you, but can you also supply us with these metrics after you plant the trees, right? And understanding and having that clear transparency between the funder to the program manager, which is not the nonprofit, and then to the projects is really instrumental in getting that data back streamlined in the way that we need it to be, right? And it also makes it easier, like you said, it makes it easier because less is more. Now our nonprofits who are getting these grants know exactly what to expect, and they don't feel like, this amount that we're giving to them wasn't, it was necessary for them, but it was also necessary for us to have that data on our dashboard, like I said earlier in my presentation, because it adds that trust from our stakeholders. But I think something even more important for us internally, we're able to leverage that data within our operational discussion with our leaders. And now we're able to tell our partners and our leaders, like, this is how conservation can show up in your community. Yeah.
So for each of you, a quick lightning round. And Ed, we're going to start with you. What's one thing leaders today can do to look at conservation as operational versus philanthropic?
I think pick one thing. Include the players beyond the philanthropic part of the discussion. In other words, in the organization, pull together all the affected players so that, again, as I mentioned earlier, everybody sees a piece for themselves. So,
Karina.
I wrote down a quote from earlier. Bring the story home to them. Make your stakeholders' role in the story you tell and the data that you report just unmistakable. You have to make it obvious to everyone that you're speaking to. In marketing terms, we always talk about position, right? So position your conservation work next to metrics like risk management, workforce health, super important. We know that the benefits are there and the co-benefits are there, so communicate that and make that very obvious. And on the business side, communicate that within your company. So yeah, bring the story home.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And I think for us, from the business perspective, what I would like to say is whether you are conservation-minded or not, you have to understand how your business depends. We talk a lot about impact, but how your business depends on Texas natural resources like our land, our water, and air. And once you figure out how it depends on those natural resources, trust me, you're gonna start caring a lot more about the environment in which we all live and share. And so I think that's my message to business leaders.
Awesome. And what a great way to think about educating stakeholders, right? We have this deep belief all of our business depends on these natural resources. So making sure when it comes to reporting and educating the broader stakeholder set that we have, that's part of that key message. This is all the way through. This is why this natural resource matters, and this is our investment and the value that's coming out of it for today. and for the future. So thank you guys very much for joining us for this discussion.
The Texas coast is my North Star. Been part of my life since the very beginning. It's just an essential part of, I think, what it means to be alive. The oyster is a keystone of this ecosystem. It is part of our community and our culture and our economy. There were a couple of years at our annual festival where we were not able to get local oysters. You know, they were all coming in from out of state. It really felt sad to think about we may be facing a future where we don't have oysters here. So that's why my husband and I wanted to build this oyster farm.
The Watershed Oyster Bar does about 800,000 oysters a year in various ways, shucked, raw, fried, since 1983. So we've been attached to the oyster business for almost 44 years now. This is our home and this is our people, and we're proud of both. A lot of that weight that we're buying, we're just fighting for that little bit of meat in there. So traditionally, that last step was just throwing the shells into the trash and sending them to landfill. You can't just keep taking out and not putting back in. That is just the definition of unsustainable. Oil and gas people know that, landowners know that, and we as restaurateurs should know that as well. That's why the Sink Your Shucks oyster shell recycling program is so important.
Mature oysters can filter about 50 gallons of water every day. One thing that this does is allows light to go further to the bay bottom because the water is much more clear, and that improves things like seagrasses. So without those oyster reef structures, what we have is basically big muddy bathtubs.
Oysters are a finite resource. Once you reach the tipping point of drawing it down, there's no return. Without those healthy reefs in our bay system, we lose tourism, we lose cuisine, we lose the whole resource of why we're here.
We've learned in the past decade that over 90% of oysters are gone across the globe. So the question is, what's the problem here with reefs? Where are they going? Some of the causes for habitat loss for oyster reefs that we've learned about are things like storms coming through, lack of fresh water reaching our bays, so the bays are a lot saltier, and also unsustainable harvest activities. So we need to start thinking about solutions. Sink Your Shucks is one of those solutions. There's deep science behind it. We have researched where reefs should be rebuilt. What is the best way to rebuild them? We want to make sure that we're building something that really mimics what has been lost and not something totally different.
Where Sink Your Shucks comes in and really changes the game is they support restaurants in actually collecting those shells before they go into the trash can, and shells can be recycled and repurposed for reef restoration projects right here in the same places where the oysters came from originally.
We were paying and burning diesel to throw away the bed material for our #1 selling product. It's like throwing away fertilizer. It's like throwing away acreage. It was such a resource out of place. So we've been working not just now, for many years with Hart Research Institute and Sink Your Shucks to change that paradigm.
Recycling shells is really simple. Oyster reefs are really unique in that the way that they are built is that the younger generations of baby oysters attach on the shells of the older generations to make these really important coastal habitats in the water. And we pick up those shells, we stockpile them at the Port of Corpus Christi, and we are essentially putting the oysters back where nature intended. We're sort of restarting that cycle.
So they come in, they give us the tools and the training to separate the oyster shell, stage it, and then pick it up routinely. The idea is a no-brainer. People wouldn't go throw away cement if someone was willing to come pick up cement in their dumpster for free. So restaurant owners spend less on trash, keep less wet waste going in the trash, and then the scientists and the brains get to grow their reefs out there. And it's a win-win-win-win.
In the case of farmed oysters, when we do harvest those shells and take them to the restaurant, and those shells go back into a reef that's going to be there for the long term, that is a net gain for the ecosystem.
Those oyster farms are bringing in new oysters, and they're also recycling the shells. When they participate in Sink Your Shucks, those oyster farm oysters that you're eating are contributing directly to habitat restoration. Sink Your Shucks has been a success already. We've had tens of thousands of volunteers come out to do hands-on restoration work and to make a difference. And it's possible to do this work up and down the coast. In fact, the local efforts are likely to have the biggest impact. So Sink Your Shucks is important here, but little Sink Your Shucks programs can be important everywhere.
People getting their hands on the shells and being an active part of the restoration process itself, it really drives it home and sticks with people. Everybody has a role to play.
In 10 years, I hope that we can say all of the oyster shell in Texas is going back to the bay systems, all of it. There's no reason we can't get there. You hear farm to table or bait to plate, and we believe in that, but we're probably the only industry where you get to go bay to table, table to bay, and it's a circle. The price to play is taking care of your resources, and we feel Sink Your Shucks is a great partner.
So I don't know about you, but it seems like a very fast day. I hope it seems like a fast day to you as well, and hopefully an inspiring one. I want to thank each of our speakers again for being candid and for sharing their insights. So thank you again to the speakers from today. And I also want to say thank you again to the Texan by Nature team for being brilliant and passionate and steadfast each and every day, for just everything that you do, and for supplying the quotes to start the day with. Thank you, guys. And thank you to Mrs. Bush, to our board, and our advisory council for continuing to lend your hours when you don't have to. And we appreciate your complete commitment to our mission and advancing conservation with everyone in this room. So hopefully at this point, the entire room is close to fulfilling, maybe you thought about why you're here when we were talking this morning to start the day. Hopefully you're close to fulfilling that why, or that you're filling your head with a whole lot more questions, that you're thinking about what to apply when you go home, what if you did something different, why you're reporting in the way you are, and maybe you want to change it to something different as you go back. But hopefully that you're thinking about how to get involved or how to partner with different organizations moving forward. So for conservation organizations, I believe most of you are in our partner network. If you're not, Urbi Dani is here. You would have seen her on stage. We have resources available. We also have our accelerator program, which is the Conservation Wrangler program. The amazing projects you've seen on video today are all part of this year's Conservation Wranglers. Those applications are open right now, and they're due at the end of January. So if you have questions, we will walk through that application with you, and the folks who will do that are Jake Cooper and Caitlin Tran, so they're available here to talk to if you're a conservation organization and interested in those, or if you know a conservation organization who should be interested. For our industry members, you can look at membership, you can look at Texan by Nature 20 submission, the Texas Water Action Collaborative. We have some beginning cohorts by industry for discussions to continue throughout the year. So if you're interested in getting engaged in any of those, we would love to talk through and plug you in where it makes the most sense. So at Texan by Nature, you've heard this from a lot of folks today, but we envision a future where every single Texan, every single business is engaged in conservation. Every single one of us engaged in some way. And as exemplified today, we believe in science and data-based approaches. We believe in action. We believe in not sinking ships or burning ships, but partnerships. Thank you, Billy. So we believe, just as Anahi said, that the right partnerships yield powerful results. We believe in reporting results, not just outcomes, but the full value of what we're investing in. And we believe in building on what's working, which is how we tried to set up the day and give examples of what's working so we can learn from that and take that home with us. We believe that conservation is a vital part of our operations, our communities, and our lives. I think, again, I'll quote Anna, he said it best. Every single one of our businesses relies on our natural resources. We just have to map that. Some are more obvious than others. We believe in removing barriers so that we can work together towards a future that is vibrant for every single one of us. And we believe that every single person in this room is Texan by nature. We're leaders in our respective fields. We're leaders in our industries. We're leaders in our conservation areas of focus. And we each have the opportunity to start more or broaden our impact today. As mentioned this morning from one of the Texan by Nature team members, we are pioneers in a world-changing movement. You know, Ryan spoke up during one of the panels talking about the pronghorn and how that already changed conservation for pronghorn around the world. So today, we hope you'll leave here and stay connected to this community, that you'll start a new partnership, you'll engage in a new project, you'll re-look at conservation in some of your operations or how to achieve some of your sustainability goals through conservation, and you'll re-look at your reporting strategies and maybe make a commitment to doing something really, really big. I challenge each of you to do that, to join us in doing something big, and to work together to do that so that we are always building a future that is collaborative and deeply prosperous with economic growth, natural resource sustainability, and human health. We have a bold, bold what if. You know, what if we leave here today and really apply something differently? What if we take this opportunity and we make future-changing action? I think we can each do that, and I hope you're leaving here with ideas to do so, and I'm really excited to work with each of you to do that. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for embarking on the journey.
Howdy, everyone. What a day. I'm Tiara Chapman, Social Media and Marketing Manager at Texan by Nature. Hopefully, I'll see you sharing about your time here today across all social platforms. Be sure and